Hey guys, good. It's almost evening. What do we have here? I reinstalled Total War Warhammer 2. We have one last look on the Mortal Empire factions. It's like a refresher, so we can compare better with the Mortal Empires. And we're gonna go to overview and personal opinions, hopium, and speculation about what's to come. This is Jibber. So I haven't really prepared anything, but I've been thinking about this for a while. So I might repeat myself a bit, or we might go in circles a bit, or we might forget some things. Chat is here, so you guys can also, at me if something is off or I forgot something. So what are we gonna be talking about? This is gonna be probably the longest jibber jabber. It might be in multiple parts. We're going to go over the Mortal Empire's factions. Overview, personal feelings. What I find fun and not fun in the factions, what could have been done better, what should been done better, and seeing the Warhammer 3 Realm of Chaos campaigns, now 6 of them, we gotta have like a different point of view and perspective as well. We've done a similar video in the past. This is gonna be slightly different, although I'm probably gonna be repeating some of those things, or some things have changed because of Warhammer 3. Think of it like this: turn 1 for all the factions. Well, pretty much for main groups of the factions. But we can talk about this. Mainly to refresh yourselves and to compare with Immortal Empire's beta when it comes in 2 weeks, because we're going to do the same exact thing what we're doing here with Mortal Empires with Immortal Empires on day 1 and probably day 2 before starting a fresh campaign, or the first Immortal Empires campaign. So I have here a list of Warhammer 2 campaigns. So look at this list. White blindness. Before we get into the factions, let's talk about some things first. So this is a list of 200 campaigns that are also on YouTube. You can watch any of these campaigns on YouTube. The only things you can't watch that we played in Warhammer 2 was Eye of the Vortex Early Access Last Defenders, and you can't also watch Order of Lord Masters, the first one, which bugged, the second one, which was Domination Victory, and no Lord Scroak. That was when I was starting to do sending stuff for YouTube, and these campaigns have been lost to, let's say, technical issues. But everything else is here. 7,000 hours of Warhammer 2. We played some factions more than the others. I'm biased, that's personal preferences. But the most important thing that you guys take from this is a personal experience on strictly legendary difficulty with a very hard bell difficulty, and not a modded game. Doesn't mean if the game is the highest difficulty that it should not be balanced for the highest difficulty, because I'm the other way around. The game should not really be balanced for lower difficulty, because the lower difficulties are for learning and improvements, while the higher difficulties is where the meta game develops, especially with regards to Total War. Anyways, you can see all the 200 campaigns here, and we're gonna be talking about Mortal Empire's factions today. Before we go into the Mortal Empires here, I wanna say some stuff before. Mainly, initial impression of Warhammer 3 for me was very high, especially the first 100 hours, easily close to a 9 rating. But as the time went on, and then when you see the repetitiveness of campaigns and the lack of effort and the lack of knowledge that's been gained over the years, they pretty much created a pre-Warhammer 2 experience, and they called it Warhammer 3 mini campaign. So after that 100 hours, especially after the Slanesh campaign, I start to develop a dislike towards the Realm of Chaos and the CA in general regarding the non-effort they put into the factions. For example, Zinch has veteran battle skills, 3 of them which have leadership on them, while the veteran units get 7 leadership already rank 7 by acquiring those skills. Stuff like this, it's multiplied by 100, and it's all over the Warhammer 3. Warhammer 2 according to some rough release with the Eye of the Vortex and the Mortal Empires. For me, it looks like Eye of the Vortex was fine on the release, and the Mortal Empires, it was what it was. It was, you know, early access beta, and the issues, you know, the way I seen it over time, you know, we weren't realizing at the time, but it was basically just different stages of the game. So you haven't played the original stage of the game, like you might not decide to play Mortal Empires beta because it's a beta and you want more wait for a real thing. You're gonna be missing out. You're gonna be missing out on different states of the game. Games like this, they grow and they evolve. They are never gonna be finished while they're releasing new content. Forget about it. If you want to have a finished version of it, well, we have Warhammer 2 right now finished. And it's the only reason why it's finished because it's unfinished and it's been abandoned for Warhammer 3. And it's the only reason why we can call it finished. This type of stuff, like Mortal Empires or Mortal Empires' grand campaigns, are never going to be finished. Never. Never finished. Always work in progress. There are always areas to improve, always new things to create. And for how long is going to go? Well, I hope the Warhammer 3 is gonna get at least the same amount of years as Warhammer 2. Never finished, remember. So if you decide not to play the beta or not to play some parts of the game, well, you're gonna be missing out on huge parts of the experience, which is gonna be the evolving game. And you might not appreciate things as they developed and as they change over the years, right? So Warhammer 3, 6 months later, we're still waiting for Immortal Empires, which is a huge disappointment for me. Huge. It's like this year has been one of my best years in the last 5 years. I lost 35 kilos, and I still feel somehow bad about, you know, the state of things with Warhammer 3. I only played 6 campaigns in 6 months. And this is like, sometimes I'm just can't fall asleep, or I'm just, when I'm walking outside and thinking about things. 6 campaigns in 6 months, it's nothing. It's feel like, you know, like, did I just give up on the Realm of Chaos? Should I have been tried to, you know, do other things or try some more stuff? I feel like I failed it. But the other people had the similar experiences. I got into the point where I hate Realm of Chaos, and I've grown a dislike around all of this Warhammer 3 design, especially the factions they've created. And the more I think about it, the less I like any of the factions. We don't have to go into all the details, but pretty much how the CA created stuff with Warhammer 3 regarding factions, lords, skills, traits, technologies, buildings, landmarks, and so on and so on and so on. One huge disappointment. That's pretty much, to surmise it, huge disappointment. And it all feels like pre-Warhammer 2. That's how it feels like. I feel like there was a point where the Warhammer 2 was getting some rough updates, some broken stuff, but it was still playable and was still enjoyable. We were at times, you know, a little bit jaded because, you know, just sheer amount of hours put and shit not getting fixed instead of that getting new stuff all the time, instead of the stuff getting improved. But I feel like after Malus, it almost like they turned a new page. They list the optimization where the game started going faster. We would have to go faster to campaign, and they made the turns go faster, which made you know, more enjoyable experience because you would play a campaign faster. You know, initially that was great, but you know, they didn't really done you know, the important stuff. This seems like it was important, but it didn't turn out it was the most important thing. They did release several reworks which were pretty amazing. Like the greenskin rework seemed initially amazing, but over half of it was good, so I still consider it a success. While the vast side of things, especially the campaign VAR mobs, I find it a botch job because unfinished interface and systems that are buggy. The Empire one, more or less, I considered it fine because it changed the playstyle from what felt like a pure sandbox to some limited unique mechanic, which I still think it's better than it was before. It came as well with a lot of issues, the same like what the greenskins had, which some of them were never patched. And then we got like stuff like some of the dwarf rework and wood elf rework. Wood elf rework was the best one. This is where they made a really good job. And the beastman rework was so good. It not only made the beastman fun, but they made it too fun. And what is the problem with this? The problem is this: when something is powerful in the game, very powerful, where everybody and their mothers is ringing the bells, ding 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 ding, this faction is, you know, so fun, super powerful, they make it less so, just because everybody is ringing bells that are OP now. So they did a little bit too much with the beastman. Beastman was an example where it was poorly balanced. I don't think they tested that stuff at all. How fast the progress of the beastman campaign is, they probably tested it for a few days and that's it. But all in all, you know, towards the end of Warhammer 2, what I'm saying is there was some really good stuff. And this actually made me really hopeful for Warhammer 3. That it's going to continue like this, just better. Then Warhammer 3 got delayed. We've seen some videos and the videos look horrible. And my expectations of Warhammer 3 have been just increased quite a bit because of delay. And when it was released, the novelty of it was, you know, we had fun, we loved it for a bit. But then as we started to understand and learn and see that it's nowhere, not even half what it was towards the end of Warhammer 2. Everything was lacking, just everything. This combined that we had no access to Immortal Empires, and this combined with a really poor, questionable, repetitive campaign that I created, which is, I feel like really good for the first time. The second time already you're going to notice issues, and anything after that is just repetitive to the point of the worst type of tedium. So it just went worse and worse and worse. This is why I think one of the reasons why Immortal Empires is going to be a beta immediately from the start is because it's like, almost feels like, I don't know, rushed. The whole Warhammer 3 is rushed after, I'm not sure what they were doing for 4 years. It's almost like they were just hyping everything and just building up the hype, and then they just rushed a quick release without putting much effort into it. I'm still very hopeful for Immortal Empires to bring what Warhammer Mortal Empires was and what we expected. We did get spoiled by the Mortal Empires. We don't really care. Most people don't really care about this many campaigns. Even if anybody tells you it's good or it's, you know, they enjoyed it, they might have just played it once or twice. And that's like not the point of strategy games, to play it once or twice. These are highly replayable games, and they need to be made so by design, and not some questionable narratives and misguided resources put into wrong things. I don't know who is the person who does this at the company, but they clearly failed, and the community was, you know, showed them they were not happy. At some point, the game was at mostly negative reviews. It was a mess. It was probably one of the worst releases of that was, I guess, reviewed since, I don't know, Rome 2. And so there's a lot hanging on Immortal Empires to, you know, fix this thing, this view. You know, they released 3 updates, and when you look at it, it's improving. The rating has went up quite a bit, but it's only on about 3% reviews. So 3% of the total reviews are mostly positive recently, so that's 72%. Which is no surprise, because the updates were good. Would have been huge if those updates were already present in the game, and instead of 1.1 we would have gotten Immortal Empires, but it clearly, their focus was somewhere else, and they're busy with other things. Who knows what they're busy with? We can only speculate. And you can see here, in 6 months, the game is holding at 58%. For like first time experience, second time experience, this is a bit harsh. But for anybody that experienced Mortal Empires and anybody who expects this to be a replayable game, this is 100% true rating. I expected it might get mostly positive by the end of the year, and this is just not going to be their year. The next year might be their year, especially if Mortal Empires get a full release. There's gonna be a lot of people gonna be skeptical about that beta tag on Immortal Empires, and they're not going to touch it. And I think these people will be missing out. A lot of people won't be able to resist, but you know. Now, if the fact it's a beta is the reason I'm doing this video here, and why I'm going to do a video with Mortal Empires, we're going to go through everything, kinda spoil things ahead of time. Probably most of it are going to be forgotten because there's so many factions. Instead of playing campaign after campaign after campaign after campaign after campaign and learning about all the changes, we're going to go through all the changes on day 1 and day 2 before starting a campaign. In a similar fashion, this Jibber series is going to be happening in the next, I guess, few streams. I'm not sure how long is this going to even be. So that beside my Warhammer 3 disappointment, and there's a lot of good stuff in Warhammer 3. Just a lot of amazing quality of life stuff. For example, how they changed how experience is assigned to the lords. The lords are now, it feels like a rewarding experience system, but they did not include the last update regarding hero experience. So 1 step forward, 2 step backwards. So they improved the lord experience, but they made the hero experience worse. The lords now have 50 ranks, and it feels like there's more options than ever. It feels like it, but there is not. I would say nearly every character in the game, with the exception of legendary lords, does not have a skill tree suited for a rank 50 potential. I would say that most characters, lords and heroes, are missing probably 6 to 10 skills. 6 to 10 skills, which should be highly specialized towards that lore, playstyle, battle performance, campaign, and what's their faction about and what the lore is about. Every single character is missing like 6 to 10 skills. And I think this problem will go into Immortal Empires, so brace yourselves. Hero rework, if it's not there on day one, it might take a couple of years to get implemented. Hopefully not with reworks in the next 10 years. And hopefully when I say reworks, they're not going to be reworking one faction at a time when there is going to be 90 factions in the game. This time the game better have a full team working on it regarding content, updates, patching, fixing, reworks, and we have multiple happening at the same time. We can't have vampire counts rework at the start, and we can have then Empire rework 2 years later. It will just break the balance of the game, and it will just make one side will always have a horrible experience. If they fix, let's say, the Empire, at the same time they need to look into factions like Norska and the Vampires, who their immediate opposition is. If they look at the Dwarves, at the same time they need to take a look into the Skaven and the Greenskins. No more one faction at a time, and as the years go by, the reworks just exponentially change. And you know, what used to be some like couple of lines of text change, now there are mechanics, crazy unit changes, technologies, buffs, mechanics, which leaves the other factions in the dust. Which a primary example here is the vampire counts compared to the Empire, for example. There is also the perspective here we can look at from the player experience, where we could guess the developers intended. You know, who knows what they're going in their heads. It's like it's a mystery sometimes. And we also have to try to guess how the AI is supposed to work with these factions, with these changes. Like, it's not good enough when they change the Empire and then the player has good experience, and then you have the Empire as the AI just absolutely ridiculous, where everything just got exponentially crazier, and the factions that kind of had issues with them in the past are now just struggling from turn one. So it's not only the player experience is going to change, but the AI experience and how they are going to affect your other campaigns. You know, when you're playing the Empire and when the Greenskins later, and then the Empire is something entirely different than what it used to be, and because of their rework, they're literally just winning by a landslide every single campaign and totally just crushing any variety or fun in replayable campaigns, just because they got a rework and their opposition didn't get anything. So playing factions which are supposed to fight the Empire, and then the Empire has no opposition around them, and you're supposed to always fight them at their strongest, and they basically get tiresome after several campaigns. Before we get into this, we'll still talk about more Warhammer 3 stuff. Like, diplomacy changes were excellent, but it's not good enough. And shocker, Elich says it's not good enough because, you know, he basically just lives in this game. Let me tell you a couple of things why is it not good enough. They make the system better, more convenient, and at first glance it seems like it's easier to use with more options to use, but without improving the diplomacy system, showing what's going on. The game needs to be transparent regarding these things. If you ally with somebody, what is this going to mean for them? What is this going to mean for me? Confederations are still broken as shit. And the vassals. Don't even get me started on vassals. Probably just talking about vassals is going to increase my blood pressure. So you might say that diplomacy has been improved, but what about alliances? What about confederations, and what about vassals? Before we get into anything, I want to talk about these things first. and how they failed to improve any of this in Warhammer 3. You might think there is more things to do with them, but if you take a bare ass bone system and you just basically put a couple of feathers, fresh coat of paint on it, give it a hat and call it, you know, improved, well, it's still gonna be bare ass bone system, just repainted. The alliances, how we did use alliances. Let's just go into Warhammer 2. Conspiracy theories aside, where they say, you know, allying is bad, it just makes your campaign more difficult to manage. Those factions get weaker and mumbo jumbo. Yeah, there's some truth to this. Depending how strong the faction is, depending who their opponents are, and most importantly, depending on your assistance. If you ally with somebody, defensive ally or a military ally, you are going to be required to help them. They're no longer just one faction. Apparently, already in Warhammer 2, this faction would have gotten hidden under the hood penalties by being allied or allied with the player. I'm not sure if it varied between a defensive and a military alliance. From my experience in Warhammer 2, I have seen minimal of this. Bare minimal. So how did we use military allies in Warhammer 2? I'll tell them how I used them myself. My idea of alliances was to create buffers, deterrence as in increase your military strength by allying with another faction to prevent other 20 neutral factions rolling a dice every turn and possibly declare war on a player because it has no military strength or the ally. So basically create a buffer on the campaign map and create a buffer in your head, pretending it works, so you're not gonna get declared war on because you don't have anybody on your side. For most of the time, this actually worked. Might have been in my head, but from 7,000 hours of experience, it worked. The other ways to use the allies is to get access to their territories, military access, most importantly, vision and the replenishment, and obviously to complete victory objectives. If you were allying with powerful factions, overtuned factions like the Empire or the Dwarves or any of the Elves, you might have not noticed that nothing really changes. But if you allied with some of the other factions, weaker factions, and notice they got stomped anyways, you might just taken out of this, you know, only the times where they got stomped. This doesn't mean they got stomped, they were allied with you, even if there might have been some hidden modifier. While there were hidden modifiers under the hood already in Warhammer 2, primary one I can tell you about is when the player is Crooked Moon. The clan Angrund for some reason gets a mass modifier, which are remind me of Warhammer 3 stuff. These factions were all the powerful. They were the Empire, they were the Dwarves, already overtuned factions dominating with range units and range meta. So the safe bet was, when you are thinking about creating buffers, replenishment zones, you know, you want to live together with these people, or, you know, some kind of role-play perspective, is can this faction win their battles on their own? Will they need help? What is this alliance going to create in the long-term complications? Because a simple mind will just see alliances as bothersome, something they don't want to put any effort into, and something they only expect to take from it. Because this is a problem with the total war and diplomacy in general. It's not only doesn't work in some of the older games and then start working, but this mentality from the players, take. So they just want to take from the systems. They want to benefit from the systems and take, but they don't want to give anything to it. So by not putting any effort into this relationship, like with any relationship, it goes two ways. They only expect they're going to benefit from it. And they enter this relationship in regards they are going to profit out of it, but they're not going to take into account the what is their part of it. Now they are, you know, part of a relationship. They're no longer one faction diplomatically, especially in regards of military alliance. So sometimes if you're allying a stronger faction, you might not going to give anything towards that relationship, and that faction might win on their own. It might complete the whole campaign for you on their own. And sometimes you're gonna be allying with a weaker faction. Well, the only thing you'll be able to do for this faction is carry them. You're going to have to put them on your shoulder, and they're either going to break your shoulder or they're gonna make you stronger. And depends, you know, how far you want to take this. You might create a minor faction that becomes powerful with a lot of effort, while they're still going to auto-lose against major factions. But, you know, you can take, you know, roleplay perspective out of this as well. You know, it's like you don't always have to enter an alliance thinking that, you know, metagame, I need to get something out of this and I don't want to give anything. Give me, you know, buffer, give me replenishment, give me vision, and give me military support, but I don't want to give you anything myself. And this is the problem with alliances. Now back to the Warhammer 3 alliances. Well, the system is slightly easier to use, especially work towards a goal with this, but they made it kind of streamlined diplomacy, made it more convenient to use, but this mentality still remains. And on top of it, in Warhammer 3, when you ally with a faction, clearly, already, immediately, you notice that this faction gets crippled. Even a stronger faction that might do fine against minor factions, you immediately see this faction is weaker. Which meaning, allying with somebody in Warhammer 3, a faction that is especially a powerful faction, like let's say your northern provinces and you are allying with the western provinces, you might pull it off. But if you're Ice Court and you're allying with the Great Orthodox, for example, and I'm not sure it's going to happen, you know, I think you're going to immediately see the Great Orthodoxy crippled. So there are some under the hood modifiers which create penalties, and I think this is really deceptive and really bad design from developers, thinking that there's a living world out there that you need to put effort into managing it, effort to keep it alive, effort to keep it going, and the fact that you can play together with these factions to a common goal, and then putting hidden modifiers that cripple this type of gameplay and just make all your effort for nothing, almost for nothing, especially when it comes to weaker factions, minor factions. I think in the sake of transparency, they need to create another completely attached system to the allegiance, where you have a defensive alliance and you have a military alliance. You got allegiance points. The allegiance points should be expanded. The game should tell you what happens when you're allied with this faction. Full transparency. No hidden bullshit. Let's say you are playing with Oracles of Zinch, and you are signed a defensive alliance with Poxmakers of Nurgle, and you mouse over this allegiance system. And if there is such a hidden penalty, I'm just gonna say it, you know, like they get like penalties to I don't know, melee defense, and they get penalties to leadership when it comes to balance of power, which makes them automatically weak and auto resolve. They lose some of their bonuses because they're allied with the player. The game should show these penalties. If these penalties get increased for the higher difficulty, they should all be clearly displayed. This would be a good start. Furthermore, There should be a system in these games where clearly, you know, they just want to put the bare minimal effort into Total War systems and just attach them into the Warhammer game. So everybody uses Total War systems, but they have also some kind of unique mechanics regarding their faction, their lore, and whatever is, you know, suitable for Warhammer. But it's still ultimately the whole games is a slave to inferior Total War systems, which some of them are really outdated. Alliances, confederations, and the vassals, you know, primary example. This allegiance system could be a modifier of relations between factions, how they support each other in an alliance. And you can use this allegiance system to ask your ally for financial support, military support, or you can turn on this slider to the other side and eliminate these negative effects from having an alliance. Just think about that for a second. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Where you could use an in-game system expanded for more options in a game that goes across the whole world. Or if you don't really want to use this resource in requesting their armies, requesting finances from them, instead you can use these points to eliminate this penalty that's under the hood, crippling playstyles. And even if you have a lot of this resource, I don't know, through landmarks, technology, you can put it to the other side where it's actually a buff. So let's say Reichland is allied with the Golden Order and they're allied with Midland. And Karl Franz, you know, this is a system that every faction has in the game, a legion system, let's say the alliances. Expanded could be as a resource mechanic. Expanded could be attached to various factions where it's suited for their faction effects, their factions, lords, technologies, skills, where they can further expand on it. Some factions having more options with it, some factions can manipulate it more. Where you could actually use this system to assure that the Golden Order and Midland, which, you know, you decided not to confederate, will instead work together with you, and you would give them not only, you know, eliminate these penalties, invisible penalties, which just take any effort out of the game that you might put into keeping them alive, but instead give them bonuses. Or instead of negative 10, 15, 20, 25%, it turns into positive ones. This could be a huge incentive into keeping the world alive, not just paint them up, add some depth to the campaign, and even more, an initial step towards the elimination or the change of the boring ass Confederation system, which we'll get into, you know, as well. So why can't we have an expanded alliance system like this, where you can actually work with it? Just imagine how much to the game can be added, where there can be a manageable alliance system now, especially for the first time in Warhammer series, where you can actually give settlements to your ally. They give you options better than ever, yet they cripple allies to the point where they're useless. Just think about it for a second. They give you these amazing tools, you know, as a start. They create a legion system. It's bare bones, but it's created. And then they cripple the factions. They can't do anything if they're allied with a player, especially if they are weak-ass factions and not major powers with ridiculous legendary lords. Think about that for a second, how stupid that is. I don't know what this is. Is this difficulty, or is this just some lazy-ass, rushed stuff? But just think how much they can do about this allegiance system. First, give us transparency to see what's wrong with the bonuses. How can we change it? Then allow us to use the allegiance system to either trade, shift settlements, buff trade, buff economy, request, give financial support. You give them financial support, they give you allegiance points, so you can use them later as a currency. This allegiance system could be used to, you know, go on like a depletion, like minus 10 per turn to give those faction temporary bonuses so they can actually have their war succeed instead of just getting stomped by a major faction. Maybe they're on the other side of the map where you can't send army. Instead, you use a legion system where you eliminate the penalties and you give them temporary bonuses by using this legion system. There can be so much done about it. Why is there always just, allies bothersome, or allies too strong, or allies, you think you have 10 allies and it's something beneficial? No, they're all just going to die. The faster you ally with everybody, the faster they're gonna die. So you get to the point where it's a rush to confederate them. You have to spend neutral relations, friendly to the point where you won't want to ally, but you want to confederate. And you hope they don't gonna get killed by the time you get confederate. So this alliance system could be something to look forward into, maybe on a rework later in the game. The system's already in the game. This already exists. This allegiance system exists in the game. And you have already seen the diplomacy changes with the scaling of the value of the treaties, how much is missing to accomplish a treaty. This system existed already in Warhammer 2, Warhammer 1, heck, Total War Attila, Rome 2. You just didn't see the scales. Now you can actually see the scales. The systems, they all exist in the game. The scales, the allegiance system, they just need to expand it a little bit more, add a little bit more depth. Ultimately, I feel like they're leaving all this effort and depth for a historical Total War, probably medieval 3 copium, and they're probably not going to even bother with it, because if they put too much depth into Warhammer campaigns, and they can't just copy paste all these systems into a historical game and call it a new game. And even if these changes could have been done by just creating a slider where we see the penalties, and if you have 100 legions with Pox Magus Nurgle, where you can choose to, for the next 5 turns, to decide to lose 10 per turn and gives that faction bonuses instead of penalties, so they don't lose all their wars and they actually get ahead, and not just keys expanding, confederating, and killing everybody just because they are your enemy, and the demons get debuffed and they even have a more penalty because they are ally. So something has to be done about this, and hopefully they're just not going to translate whatever is in Realm of Chaos into Immortal Empires. Map is going to be massive. Thinking you will be able to conquer everything, thinking you're going to fight everybody, is going to be exhausting. It's going to be fitting with some factions, but some factions, they want to be played differently. They want to do alliances. They want to coexist with other nations. They want to confederate. Which brings me to, I hope they've done something to this lazy-ass confederation system, cause man, confederations feel like either too easy, Bretonia, or either too hard, ogres. There has to be a system in the game that fits the factions, the faction flavor, the faction backgrounds, being either Bretonians, ogres, emperor, dwarves. It should not be the same when it comes to confederations. And there should be a system where there is either easy confederations and there are hard confederations. Easy confederation brings long-term penalties. Hard confederation brings short-term penalties. And before I get further into this, I'm already getting really thirsty. Give me guys a few minutes. I'm gonna get a drink from the fridge. Be right back. I'm here, boys. Family and summer months. Name a more expensive combo. I've never felt so poor. I have like 10 bucks in my wallet. Anyways, where were we? So yeah, confederations. Oh man. Years, I've been waiting for years. So they do something about confederations. They feel like so bare bones. They change things a little bit over time. The fact they added confederations available to some factions and not to the others. It's like, I think the most egregious thing regarding confederations in the game is Skaven. Why did they allow the Skaven to confederate? And then you have Toon Kings. They are not allowed to confederate. This creates a massive imbalance. It's almost like they never played Mortal Empires. They just don't get it. So what can be done about confederations? Let's start with the simple stuff. How the confederation works. If your faction is allowed to confederate, and the other faction criteria is met, usually one, you know, so they get out of bed, their leader gets out of bed, and they got 3 legs. And don't mean this sexually. They have a right leg, they got a left leg, and they got a third leg. Let's call the third leg Confederation leg. So if they step out of their bed with the right leg or the left leg, you will not be able to confederate them. So think about it. Every new turn, when you start a turn, is going to be a fresh turn. So new morning, new day. One morning they step out of the bed on the third leg, Confederation leg. So we call this randomness. They just simply, this turn they decided they want to do a non-aggression, they want to do a trade agreement, and they might even want to ally or confederate. So this thing, basically, it might seem a little bit stupid to just say it's random. There are these hidden modifiers in diplomacy called thresholds, and there are these hidden things in diplomacy called faction focus. So basically, something hidden in the game is telling this faction might consider you a threat and not to give you deals unless a certain threshold has been achieved. That's how I see it. And the main indicator of this threshold are 2 things: randomness and the relation amount. You know, how positive it is. They might have a version or modifiers which makes this threshold then require a higher relations to be achieved. Sometimes this faction might have enemies, but they still also consider you a target. So there's a randomness to this. There's a lot of guessing stuff here, and I'm telling you from my personal experience. That's my personal experience. So basically, Confederation faction gets weakened. They lost all their military, and this is a clear sign. Your faction has military, their faction does not have military, and they like you. This should be the main indicator of Confederation, and it usually is. It's going to work. But RNG screws with this. The RNG that day has rolled a left or the right leg and not the middle leg, not the third leg, the Confederation leg. So that morning they decided they don't want to confederate, even if they lost all their military. So basically the RNG factor makes it hard to confederate. When you manage to confederate, the system is all wrong, in my opinion. Your faction seamlessly joins with another faction, and the faction that got confederate loses all identity. So is this a confederation, or is this a hostile takeover? This is not a confederation, guys. This is a hostile takeover. I take over your company, I take all your assets, all your real estate, I fire all your people. Everything belongs now to us. We're going to dismantle everything that sucks, and we're going to build all the new facilities. So is this really a confederation, or is this a hostile takeover? So this is a really bad system, and this has been complained a lot in the early Warhammer 1. I didn't really want to get you know, too much into it. You know, I understood something from the very beginning of the Warhammer series, with a lot of people did not. This is a Warhammer game, but it's in a total war game. So it uses a lot of systems from Total War, and a lot of these things have to be literally translated into Warhammer universe. So they had all these systems created. Let's say you've taken all the systems from Rome 2 and you remove all the factions of Rome 2, you create a new interface, maybe modify the engine a bit, and then you just filled it with different factions. And no longer the factions from the Hellenistic period of Rome 2, but instead they are factions from Warhammer universe. And they have to attach all these systems, the diplomacy system, how the army recruitment systems goes, the building systems, the agent system, the general, all the characters, with all its advantages and disadvantages, but now it's part of Warhammer. So it's Warhammer game, but there are so many systems that are outdated Total War systems. We just limit the game in a big way. And CA being a small indie company, they can obviously create a new system for every faction. They can't even improve on the old Total War systems for whatever reason. There might be just a small family bakery, or they think that this is acceptable, or might be limited by the engine, right? Might be restrictions. Maybe it's the spaghetti code. It's too complicated. They change one system, they break another. You know, might be a million excuses why they can't do it. But what they can do it is, it's clearly they can create events. They can even create technologies, even skills, buildings, where you get confederations to work with more sense. So this is where there's a lack of effort. You can clearly see with some of the factions. Let's say the bare bones confederation system with Warhammer 1, which got put into Warhammer 2. You literally just confederate faction. It's a hostile takeover. You're not going to keep anything from them unless you really like it. Most of the things are going to get disbanded. Buildings going to be dismantled. No new things going to be built. Thank you for, you know, joining my faction. You no longer exist. How is this a confederation? This is not a confederation. The identity has been lost. Why not, if Reichland, Confederates, Golden Order, now they're no longer Reichland and they're no longer Golden Order. Why not Reichland, on top of their own bonuses, now absorb some of the bonuses that the Golden Order has? Either their faction mechanic, their faction effects, or what makes them Golden Order. That would be a confederation. Not just getting their assets and their legendary lord. I find the Confederation probably one of the cheapest game-breaking lazy systems of the game, and I was a really huge. I just disliked it. I thought it was taken away from the game. Playing a Warhammer 2 techless Confederate Tyrion, Confederate techless. It just takes away from the game. It's going to diminish the play value of the future these factions. The skills are going to be ruined. There's no respect. Like, this is not a confederation, it's a hostile takeover. Why not give more aspects to a confederation? Instead of being a hostile takeover, but a real confederation, where you have to actually manage another confederation, where it actually could not even be completed if something doesn't, you know, if like, why not put some downsides to confederation? Not just some cheap system where you create a hostile takeover on enemy factions when conditions are met. Let's say there's two ways to confederate a faction. Let's say it's one of more complex factions like the Empire or like the High Elves, and you decided to pick an easy route to confederate. Now your factions become one, and you get like an event with maybe like 3 to 4 options, where you get to pick an agenda that the faction that just got confederated will assign it to you to be either completed or be up now part of your objective as they become a part of your faction. If you complete this agenda, you acquire some of these faction bonuses. Golden Order could increase your faction income or your faction army's armor. Or one of these options could be that you do not accept any of these agendas and decide to just, you know, make it a hostile takeover, just, you know how it is. But then you get a permanent penalty for the rest of the campaign. Now I could live with those confederations. You create a hostile takeover of faction, you get access to a legendary lord. Easy way, and you just snowballed. Instead of feeling cheap, you'd feel like there's a price to pay for this. If you do it the hard way, where you have to make the factions really like you, where they get down to the bad times and they decide to wake up on the third leg, the Confederation leg, and you decide to Confederate, let there be 2 agendas without any downsides. It's just a Confederation, you pick up one of the agendas, you decide to complete it, and you get to enjoy the bonuses. That would be the hard way to Confederate. The old way with just an extra step. The easy way would basically just guarantee a Confederation. It could be time restricted. As long as, you know, the faction's goals are aligned, you pick up an agenda and not a penalty, you still basically would enjoy the hard way, just with a, you know, 1 step less. Why cannot this be created for like a complex Confederation system for the Empire or the High Elves? The High Elves could use their influence. There could be mechanics within the races, factions, lords, skills, technologies, which could also manipulate this system, either in their favor to acquire a second agenda bonus, or complete the penalty, eliminate a penalty completely. Right now, we have a RNG system that goes a hard way, and then you get a short-term penalty. It feels cheap and at times inconvenient. The fact a faction just has a hostile takeover another faction, the second faction literally just stops existing, their lords and everything joins you. Things like, it might sound good, but it's not. It's not. It's just a hostile takeover. There's nothing confederating about that. You're just going to be pressured to collect other legendary lords to create more bonuses to your faction, make the game cheap and imbalanced. That's what the confederations are. They're going to be frustrating or super easy advantages. I don't know why there isn't some kind of complex system where it would make sense for some, you know, conditions attached, agendas to unlock additional bonuses, quest lines, or whatever. You have to understand that you having a legendary lord and confederating another legendary lord, that's extremely powerful. I don't think any faction should have access to legendary lords. That seems like rather silly. And the fact there is some kind of lazy-ass confederation system, primary Bretonia, where it just completely diminishes anything you have done in the early game the moment it becomes available. But you know, Mr. Streamer, you don't have to do it. Nobody is forcing you to confederate. It literally just breaks 2/3 of Bretonia, in my opinion. Why can't there be some more depth to the confederation system? This is just what I want. I want more depth to it. I don't want it to feel cheap, and I don't want it to feel frustrating or random. I want it to feel like something you work towards to, and I want it to be expanded, that you benefit something more from it, while adding some more flavor to it, why this faction have confederated. By picking up agenda post-confederation. If you complete this, you get another bonus. Is that so much to ask for? I think this is like a simple things they could have done already with Warhammer 3. Adding Legend Lords to another faction. Let's say you're playing High Elves. You guys know how broken it is when you're playing any of the Lords that's not Tyrion, and you add Tyrion to your faction. That's just ridiculous. Not only you get one of the best provinces in the game, but you get one of the best Legend Lords in the game. Why? Because the game has decided one turn to give you green light for Confederation. What is the penalty? Short-term penalty that is only inconvenient and not penalty at all. If Tyrion hasn't spec'd right, you get a broken-ass bonuses on the left. You don't even have to use Tyrion as a lord. Those bonuses will be available to you. Why some factions have this bonus available and not the others? Like, let's say, one thing is adding another Legend Lord to your faction, but when this Legendary Lord has skill set that is basically a set of crazy-ass faction effects, like 10% upkeep production for the whole faction, or their items providing global control or stuff like that, it's like, it's not all Confederation are equal then. Some lords are they just suck. And the fact you're going to confederate them just to create a hostile takeover and not benefit from this lord in literally any way other than getting an immortal lord immediately. All their skills are going to be already assigned. Most of them are just going to be off. It's just a very uninspiring, lazy system. So we want downside, but also massive buffs to confederations. We're not listening what I was talking about. Did you just join in the middle of all this? So there should be an easy way to confederate with penalties, and there should be a harder way to confederate with benefits. This could lead into one of those high elf type of events where you get to pick an agenda, what the faction might expect of you being part of your faction. And if you complete this, you get some benefit, some unique benefit while you confederate this faction, not just creating a hostile takeover. If you created an easy confederation, they should be closer towards penalties. If you create a harder confederation, the long road to towards confederation, you should just benefit from a mission. Once completed, you get another benefit from it. Who mentioned any massive buffs or anything towards added? You get an agenda which you might not even need to complete it. I'm saying that the system should not be frustrating and random. There should be two ways to confederate, with the downside and with the upside, and not just a random system. Just take, for example, Bretonia and the High Elves confederating. And then take, for example, Greenskins confederating. Are they equal? Is Bretonia confederating and the High Elves confederating equal to the Greenskin confederating? The Greenskins have it, a little bit more convenient, in a way easier to confederate. At times, you might consider it inconvenient. Meanwhile, the High Elves strictly random, while Bretonia just have a broken-ass lazy confederation. It's like Bretonia is the type of confederation you just click, 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 you have everything. There is no downside to it. In this example, easy confederation should have penalties. Factions could also have effects which go against or for these penalties. Dwarves, for example, confederating, because it makes sense for them to confederate, for them should be harder to confederate with no penalties. While High Elves confederating or the Empire confederating should have more severe penalties. How is this hard to understand? Confederating is a cheap part of the game. It doesn't really work in the game. It just takes away from the game. By adding another layer of depth to it, even if it might be just for the roleplay reasons, I think it would be way better for the game. At least it will eliminate the randomness. Of course, other factions could have a different ways to confederate, like the Greenskins, for example. Which brings me to another point. Factions regarding these systems, alliances and confederations and the vassals. These systems should be like the core systems of the game. They should be not just basically the part of the Total War systems in the game. It should be systems how the factions play or how they don't play. Like, for example, High Elves. I think High Elves confederating makes no sense. So High Elves should pretty much get severe penalties for confederating, while building alliances among each other, they should get bonuses. So just think about it, there's a faction in the game that has penalties confederating, but has bonuses making allies. And I'm not talking about bonuses making allies, making alliances easier. By creating an alliance between the two factions, both factions get stronger. Why we don't have such systems in the game is beyond me. We have experience in Warhammer 3 penalties, hidden penalties. When you ally with a faction, the faction gets automatically weaker. And this takes some effort to create this. Just think about it. You're trying to create a major faction, let's say 10 provinces, and everything outside that, you want to coexist with other factions. You want to help your allies. You want to play the game differently. So, like, what's wrong with that? What's wrong creating a different playstyle? I think it would add to the game. And you ally with these factions and you just realize, unless you are literally hold their hands, babysit them, this doesn't work. Why can't there be factions like, let's say let's say for example High Elves? High Elves will get penalties from confederating because, you know, they don't really wanna be under one banner. One of the legendary lords of the High Elves, let's say maybe Alariel, could have no penalties for confederating, but in general High Elves might have penalties confederating, permanent penalties throughout the campaign. Meanwhile, the High Elves creating alliances creates permanent bonuses for both sides. I don't think anybody could disagree that this wouldn't add to the game, and I don't think this would be complicated at all. We can see that the developers have created this what I call these systems, the under the hood invisible systems, where the factions just get bonuses. They're far away from you, they're in fog of war. The factions get penalties when you're playing factions on the opposite side of the spectrum, or when they're allied with you. These systems are already in the game. Hidden mechanics, yes. Why can't we get some transparency regarding this, and why can't we just create part of the game? So some factions should benefit from creating alliances. And I'm not talking about just, you know, being an alliance, you know, not just gonna be some kind of, I'm in an alliance, I'm gonna be stronger now. No, you're not. What do you get out of this alliance? The game hides it from you. You might get penalties. Why can't we get benefits from some factions entering an alliance? Some factions who have easier, more straightforward confederation systems with another layer that adds a little bit more depth to it. Why are these simple systems that, you know, like, feel like we're taking it for granted? We're entering an alliance and now we are stronger. No, we are not stronger. This is not how it works. The game has hidden systems. We are just gonna screw with you, and if you're not going to help all your ally in this relationship, it's just going to be down to randomness. And if you're not allied with a strong faction, most of the time, you've literally just sentenced this faction to die. I think factions like the High Elves, maybe even the Empire, should have bonuses for alliances. I think some factions should have penalties for confederations. Some factions could have bonuses for confederations. I'm not saying you should go just one way, massive bonuses. Adding a legendary lord to your faction should be a bonus itself. What's wrong with receiving a faction-wide penalty? You're taking a big player out of the game and he joined your faction. You're creating a hostile takeover, and it should not be that simple. Why not, let's say Tyrion and Alariel are in a defensive alliance. Why not use that allegiance system, or not even allegiance system? Let's say it's a part of the High Elf faction effect, where the allies have stronger trade. So if a High Elf faction is allied with another faction, they get buffed to trade. It's like you can do 100 things. Why not get some of those hidden mechanics the developers hide from you to create some kind of systems thinking they are smart, creating arbitrary difficulty? Why not use this to actually create a more in-depth game? Attach this to faction mechanics and the core systems. Instead, they hide it from us, not transparency. And we have to be a guessing game for thousands of hours to understand how this works, unless somebody gets lucky looking through the files. So there's a lot can be done about confederations and the allies. This can be part of faction effects. This can be part of racial effects. Can be part of the landmarks technologies. Can be fit to some factions, not fit to other factions. For example, me personally, I think Skaven confederating, it's not only game breaking, but it makes zero sense. Who's with me? Skaven confederating. Why on earth would Clan Morse confederate with Clan Pestilence? Makes no sense. Why would Clan Ashen confederate with Clan Molder? Clan Ashen should not even be allowed to confederate. I'm not saying this system should just be denied to the Skaven. I'm saying if it is a part of the Skaven, it should be created with some thought, some effort, and some depth. One of the clans might be able to confederate, make the clan unique, like Clan Morse or Clan Rictus. You know, bring everybody together. Clan Morse could have benefits from confederating, while Clan Rictus could have benefits from allies. It's like, why can there not be a more depth to this system? Why this all has to be some kind of catch and hidden mechanics and stuff? I think various clans of the Skaven, like if it's even available to the Skaven, the only way, for example, I feel like some of the Skaven clans should confederate other Skaven if they defeat their lord in battle, and then to create a hostile takeover of their faction, they have to permanently kill their lord through an event after they defeated them. Would that not make any sense to you guys? Just imagine Clan Ashen defeated Clan Morse in battle, Snitch has defeated Quick, and now we get an event to confederate. But the only way you're gonna get the lands from Clan Morse to join Clan Ashen if Snitch decides to kill Quick, which makes the Quick, you know, gone, and now you get all his lands. Wouldn't that make more sense for Skaven confederating? Why would Quick and Snitch work together? Why would there even be a green light just for a hostile takeover? That makes no sense. Clan Rictus could have bonuses through alliances. Let's say the more alliances Clan Rictus have, the stronger the faction. Possibly either AI benefits, you know, hidden bonuses that usually are against the player. Now this would benefit Clan Rictus for every alliance they have. Wouldn't not that add depth to the game? Clan Morse could be one of the only clans that confederate other Skaven, but with a catch, probably some kind of penalty. While the other ones would have to go the Ashen style, would kill the leaders to create a hostile over the faction. But instead, you can just collect all the Skaven lords under one banner. That makes no sense to me. Dwarves confederating, that makes sense to me. Dwarves confederations could be tied to money or influence, and it could also create some instabilities in the game. Dwarves, to me, seems like the only faction that should be allowed to confederate with only a short-term penalty. The short-term penalty you get minus relations and public order, I feel like it's the only one that makes sense to me, and on the dwarves. There should be, like I said, easy ways to confederate and hard ways to confederate. Easy ways should create problems, potentially long-term problems for the faction, while the hard ways may be short-term problems leading into, you know, some kind of agenda, and if you complete them, to further bonuses. Doesn't mean you're going to get it immediately. You might need to put some effort into it. Could be the High King to confederate the White Dwarf. You would need to get an agenda from the White Dwarf to wipe out the Dark Elves. Or the White Dwarf could be part of your faction as long as you're at war with the Elves. Wouldn't not that add some depth and some kind of, you know, side narrative to the game, and not just some kind of cheap-ass confederations? I don't know, it's like, I feel like you can do 100 things with this. Doesn't all have to be simple. I'm not happy how the alliances, confederations, and the vassals work. Don't even get me started on the vassals. I'm not even gonna talk about it, guys. I'm just going to increase my blood pressure and I'm gonna go get drunk. All I'm going to say about the vassals: shame on the lazy-ass developers using a 10-year-old system, for starters, and scratch the whole fucking system. It's a bare-ass bones military ally system that just doesn't work. It does not work. Fix it. Okay. Now that we just got this out of the way, we're gonna go into this Jibber. 1 hour 35 minutes later. Bro, you're making YouTube videos over 10 minutes, nobody's gonna watch that shit. So, what was the point of this? I just wanted to get some things out of the way. So, this is part of my hopium. This is part of my future wishes, hopes and dreams. And so we are going to go now into Mortal Empire's one last look of the factions. Think of this like one turn for all the factions of the game. It's going to be a long one. It's going to be multiple videos. We're going to be talking about overview of the factions, what I find attractive in the factions, what I don't like, what could be done, what should be done, speculation with the Immortal Empires, and some of these things I've gotten out of the way, what could be changed. It's going to be a long one. We're going to do the same thing for Warhammer 3 Immortal Empires. And we are not going to be starting a new campaign. We're not going to be playing a campaign here in Warhammer 2. We're done with Warhammer 2. In Warhammer 3, we're going to go over all of this again. So this is basically one last look and to refresh ourselves with everything they've done in Warhammer 2 in 5 years, and what they haven't done, and what might be done, and what will be forgotten with Mortal Empires. No Gladius stream today? No. Gladius come in a few days. Okay. Look at this. Oh man. It feels like it's 2017 again.
We must preserve this world.
Oh man. This is Warhammer. Not that other shit.
There is no... I fight for the greater good.
Okay. High Elves. Here we go. Starting with the High Elves, boys. So, High Elves. High Elves is a high quality faction. It's like how you do shit. You have to understand that in the game like this, where there is so much variety, you can't ask for all the factions to have everything. You can't ask for all the factions to be the same. But developers, they can't help themselves. They have to see what they can use between factions, what they can reuse. So, you know, to make the factions, you know, a little bit different. And what's important to understand that some factions have to be weaker in some areas and stronger in some areas. Some faction can be a little bit of everything, and some faction might be just lazy copy pasta of, you know, a mix of factions. High Elves, for example, they are just a high quality faction. Everything about them is high quality. This faction not only has mechanics. This is a flagship faction, Warhammer 2. It feels like if you have to put one faction in the face of Warhammer 2, it's not gonna be Skaven. It's not gonna be Lizardmen. It's not gonna be Dark Elves. No, it's gonna be High Elves. It's just a high quality faction with a lot of fun stuff. The problem is with the High Elves, when everybody's praising them, it creates this, I don't know, dislike in the air. When everybody likes somebody, you know, somebody's gonna start disliking this shit. And then they're gonna start disliking them. They're basically going to create, what they called it, you know, I don't know what they call it, when everybody likes something, it's going to create this this thing where it's going to divide people. It's going to divide people, and it's going to create a general dislike towards this faction. Doesn't mean if you don't like this faction that, you know, something is wrong with you. There's so many factions in the game, and there's something for everybody. There's like 6-9 lords. Like Tyrion is the first lord, and Sigvald is the 69th lord. Nice. And there's something for everybody. Some people might not like the High Elves, and some people might be like, just, I don't know. They're like, don't like. It's not like they're not gonna like them. It's like they see them in the game. They like to play late game campaigns, and elves in the late game are terrifying, and none so other than the High Elves. And they might not dislike this faction, but when they see High Elves in the late game and they're a late game player, they're not going to like fighting them. I think that's the only bad thing about the High Elves. They're a very intimidating opponent. From the AI side of things, Ultron might look intimidating. They might intimidating to invade, but elves are squishy. They're easy to kill. But give them a little bit time to develop. Give them tier 3, tier 4, tier 5. And if they are not on your side and you like long campaigns, you will get fucked. I got fucked a couple times by the elves in my long campaigns, especially before some of the reworks. Well, literally the campaign is turned into impossible. One time Crooked Moon turned into impossible campaign because of the Dark Elves. One time it turned impossible because of the High Elves Ortide. And nothing you can do. And what's so scary about them? Archers can be dealt with. Artillery will counter archers. Artillery counters infantry. So if you're having troubles with the elves, High Elves, Dark Elves, Wood Elves, artillery destroys them. But the problem with the High Elves in the late game is not their archers. No, no, no. It's 3+ phoenixes and 3+ dragons in every army. And when you combine this with their characters and with their numbers, if they're a superpower, it's an absolute nightmare. Best case scenario, it's a grinder. I have experienced several High Elf grinders. Some of them I enjoyed, gotcha please, and some of them were just frustrating. Depends how you play, you know. Depends what's your, what you like. Some people like grinding the High Elves. Some people like grinding the Skaven. Some people find the Skaven a little impossible to deal with, and some people are allergic to the Empire. And I heard, there are those out there who don't like vampire counts. The moment they see corruption, they get swollen like they're allergic to peanuts, and their life is in danger. They immediately shut down the game and go to Reddit and they start writing essays. And they usually have something in their name regarding some Empire meme. So, if you're allergic to High Elves, if you're allergic to vampire corruption, or if you're like one of those people, the vampires have taken, minor electro counts. This game is broken. It's turn 22, just started. So there's all kinds of people out there. Some people, just get triggered. Some people have OCD. Some people have worse than OCD. I got into that, but can't please everybody. High Elves, I think High Elves can please most people. They have very powerful characters. The Legendary Lords are some of the best in the game, and their factions are some of the best in the game. But when it comes to variety is a little bit off, because it ultimately is around Ultron. You got Tyrion and Alariel. They're both on Ultron.
I am Tyrion.
If there wasn't a civil war, it would be really too easy. How is it going to be in Immortal Empires? Hard to say. Eltarion is probably still going to be there in a dual start. Now there's going to be in a card there. Who's got the timeout? All Might. Okay, 1 second. Get interrupted here. Okay, so you got Ultron and you got a couple lords there.
We must. I fight.
No rest. No.
And what's worse, even Teclis can go there. So I feel like this faction is just tied to Ultron, which I don't think it's the horrible thing. I don't think it's a horrible thing. What I find it not really that good is Confederations, especially when you confederate all these lords. Nagarite and Knights of Kalador have different stuff, and it turns out like when you put a high elf faction far away from Ultron, and I mean far away, Teklis is not far away from Ultron, he can go to Ultron early game. Like Knights of Kalador, you get a very fun campaign. Of course, things will be off when you try to do Ultron and outside Ultron, like Imri could be with a Confederation or Eltarion is. But ultimately it's just gonna be the High Elves. High Elves have tools to deal with this. They got high quality and they're being put in shit scenarios. I think it suits them.
I am Tyrion, heir of an area.
So Tyrion here, let's get into the High Elves. We got Intrigue, Espionage and Martial Prowess. So this is probably gonna stay the same. Intrigue is basically their influence mechanic. They get this special resource which can be used to manipulate diplomacy. Sometimes questionable value. I wish this could have been expanded on other stuff. But it's bare bones, but it works. Ultimately, this influence system is used to recruit powerful characters. And High Elves have some of the most powerful traits in the game. I kind of wish this trait system was a base system for Warhammer 3, but they did even further. They used really shit traits and they made it worse. So influence is used for some events with some of these factions. It's used for diplomacy. This could have questionable value. Ultimately, you're going to use it to recruit powerful characters. The High Elves have access to some of the most powerful traits, and influence is the main way to get them. Espionage, this is a stuff which I really like, and this is the stuff I hope more factions have, not just on their mechanics or race attributes, but on their technologies, lord skills, and other stuff. The fact you have a large world and you have this race attribute called espionage, trade agreements allow line of sight to assets controlled by the trade partner. So there's some restrictions regarding line of sight, but the High Elves having a trade agreement with a faction grants 100% line of sight of the faction that they're trading with. I don't know about you guys, but I'm the person that, you know, sets their camera settings to my preference. I like to see what is going on in the world. I don't like just, you know, click everything to max speed, fast forward and just go through my turns as fast as possible and do 20 turns in 3 hours or 20 minutes. I like to see what's going on in the world. I like to see what other factions are doing. It adds to the atmosphere and to the experience. This might be partially because, you know, why I also enjoy playing single player games. I might be under an illusion that it's actually a world that we are part of and not just in a game, and like to see what is going on. And Elves having espionage, that you actually see what is going on, and I find this really cool and fun. And this alone makes the High Elves fun to me. The fact you can see what other factions are doing if you're trading with them. I'm a big fan of archers, even before the ranged meta was created in Total War. And Elves, some of the best archers. None are more professional armies than the High Elves, while the Wood Elves are more like guerrilla archers. If you like aesthetically pleasing armies that create beautiful formations and like to react, shoot your enemies and destroy them with magic, then the High Elves are for you. It's reactive, some people will call lazy playstyle. It's gotten infamous over the years, especially with introduction of various DLC for the High Elves. The third race attribute of this faction is the martial prowess, which at first it might not seem like something. The High Elves are not famous for their toughness like the dwarves, but they still quality. And it goes both ways, offense and defense. And martial prowess grants them an ability, which, keep in mind, doesn't work in auto-resolve. Hey devs. Augments are abilities which are not present on units, while they're present on units, and they only work in battles. So Silver Helms, for the sake of auto-resolve, balance of power, they have 30 melee defense. While in reality, they have 42 melee defense. Or if you take an average, if you use them like expendable, 36 plus defense. So basically, you get a unit that will take massive damage sometimes in auto-resolve, because the martial prowess doesn't work. Some of the High Elf units, especially melee units, are relying on martial prowess to not take damage. So you get results which are off in auto-resolve and different in battles. So it's strictly a battle ability, which makes the High Elves... The High Elves are supposed to be fast. They're supposed to be fast, highly trained soldiers. And basically, this kind of represents some kind of army discipline, and them being more mobile and trained than other, the counterparts in the world. So they're supposed to have the highest, absolutely the highest melee defense of all factions, which makes them then the best melee combatants, in the game. The rest of the stats, are also important regarding this, because just having the most ridiculous melee defense will not be enough. The Silver Helms might not be the primary example of this, like melee defense 30 and 12 defense to 42. Max rank puts their defense over 50, and they're all other more defense. They can have almost as much defense as the Chaos Knights over time, but this is not the primary example. This is primarily displayed on their characters, like Tyrion, like Eltarion, Imric, like their heroes, their noble, lore master, handmaiden. Their characters have the highest melee defense, second to none, and they will not be able to get hit unless they're surrounded or they become a large target. So they can have melee defense that goes over 100. Over 100, and you will always have the lowest chance to hit them. Primary example in this is gonna be like a handmaiden or a lore master. Those things are impossible to hit. Other factions have some of these properties as well, but none so than the High Elves. Some of these units you have to keep in mind, like the Steel Helms or the White Lions, they have to balance because multiplayer exists, and this cannot really be shown that well. And when you look at the White Lions of Craze, what you see? 36 attack, 28 defense, and you can immediately see one of their worst properties here is their melee defense. But if you look at their ability, they have 40 defense. Their defense is higher than their attack. They are great axe infantry or shock infantry. So things a little bit off because of auto resolve and because of how the multiplayer works, and you know, reactive playstyles. So these things, you know, could be you know, just blamed on the multiplayer, or you know, it has to be some kind of esports balancing. You see the common elf, and then you see their character. Their character are literally gods walking the earth, while you know, the common elf are like the foot soldiers of the empire. Especially when you compare them to like the dark elf infantry. So the Eataine, led by Tyrion, this faction has diplomatic relations plus 20 with the High Elves. Construction time minus 3% for Shrine of Cain building. Recruitment and recreation minus 1 turn for infantry and cavalry units. And Tyrion himself has cheaper spearmen, silver guard, rangers, archers, silver helms, and gets 3 additional ranks of Lord and Cigar. So Tyrion basically, when you look at his faction effect, he's kind of like an introduction faction to this race. So you get easier time with other high elves. Doesn't mean you're not going to fight them. It's just easier time. These other factions will still roll aversion or bad RNG towards Tyrion, which will mean Tyrion we're gonna have to fight him. I don't think this thing will change in Warhammer 3. Tyrion is probably gonna stay the same as he was in Warhammer 2. He's going to be on Ultron, and he's going to be fighting Ultron troublemakers. He will be uniting Ultron, and then he will be looking towards the other stuff. Most likely towards Naga Rot, because the Dark Elves are there. And I'm speculating this is going to be stay the same. Regarding his faction effects and lord effects, I don't think they need to change anything, but you know, changes are always fun. I like to see some things always changed. I think, you know, for what this is, it's Tyrion after all. You have to understand, some legendary lords, it's not as simple as faction effects and lord effects. There's other stuff, and I will show you what I mean. We're gonna go into the campaign. Sometimes faction effect could be something really bad, and sometimes could be something really powerful, or sometimes can be boring, or sometimes can be something a lot of fun. And CA did a mix of everything. Sometimes I find the factions I like more just because of these things, and I like them less because of these things. And we're going to talk about these things as well. Me personally, I like the High Elves because they're the professional archers. The armies are beautiful, and their lords are fun. This is just me personally. Tyrion, for example, I enjoy because he's just a really powerful duelist. Tyrion will is a specialist. They will just go there and he will kill characters. So this I don't think will change at all. I'm speculating this will all stay the same. The main strength of this faction is Tyrion and Lothern. So you get an amazing capital, the capital of the High Elves, and you start on like the best province on Ultron. So I don't think this is going to change. On the dead you get Tyrion, and these two factors alone is enough for me personally to love faction like this and to replay it. Not just play it once, but also replay it. Having some cool faction effects. His faction effects are pretty straightforward. They want Tyrion to be, you know, guardian of Ultron. They want Tyrion to go towards the Shrine of Cain. and they want Tyrion to be like a Entitled Lord for the High Elves as a fighter. So I don't think this is gonna change much. The one thing I hope for with High Elves it will change, or things in general. I hope some factions will get technologies which switch the climates. It's probably not gonna be happening. I dislike that faction have some kind of arbitrary restrictions regarding their climates. Like Tyrion has frozen a suitable because the game is pushing Tyrion into Nagaroth. Meanwhile, temperate climate, which is same shit as temperate island, is unpleasant. So developers don't want you to go into Bretonia. Developers don't want you to go into the Empire. Developers want you to go into Nagaroth. So the climate makes no sense. It's forced and arbitrary. And I hope the player will get some more control over this in years to come in Mortal Empires. What I suggest is either technology, another mechanic for all the factions where they could put resources, where they make red climate yellow and yellow climate green. This could be like a 20-turn, like a ritual type event, or or they could do it via commandments. You control the whole province. You turn on commandment, which will turn this climate to your climate and whatever it brings with it. So it could be a commandment which makes the province inhabitants work towards, you know, fixing whatever is wrong with this. If something has been cleared out of the lands, like vampires out of Sylvania or Norska out of Norska, and there's no more chaos presence there, there should be a ways, either magical means or other means, to clear this corruption. Either people more resistant or more corrupted. So the simple way would be a commandment. A more advanced way is to create one or more of these icons, which would open another tab, and this tab would be, for example, wasteland that is uninhabitable. You pay 20,000, and 30 turns later, a wasteland becomes unpleasant. And then from unpleasant, you might be able to turn it into suitable, or they might restrict it that uninhabitable can only turn into unpleasant. So it's still there's still some sense left. So you can only make wasteland unpleasant and not put it from unpleasant to suitable, while unpleasant climates can turn into suitable climates. So I'm hoping something like this happens in the future. There's multiple ways to go about it. They can definitely do stuff. Let's talk about E10. So, like I said, E10 I don't think is gonna change. You'll still have Tyrion, you still have Lothern. This is very powerful, a lot of fun. Probably gonna still start with Noble. We look at this as 48 defense plus 1260 on the base. It's nutty. And it's just gonna be a basic high elf faction. The Majesty of Ultuan are faction effects, but there is more to this, which sometimes you don't see. So sometimes factions have lords like this. Lords that have actually not only received serious effort, but also polish. Because not only some certain people in the chat likes to polish Tyrion's sword, but also developers. They like to be it all nice and shiny. So Tyrions have received not only to be a really fun lord, but also they put a lot of effort into it, and they made him very polished on the release and post-release. So what immediately you can notice here about Tyrion, his extremely powerful stats, and he doesn't have martial prowess, he has martial mastery. So you get a lord that on rank 1 is 83 melee attack and 72 melee defense. Even with the AI bonuses from Legendary, even in Warhammer 2, which are more severe than in Warhammer 3, Tyrion will smack Lords 101. Especially if they're not high elf lords. Sometimes you're gonna have to save Civil War. Tyrion is basically extreme duelist. He is made to annihilate people 101. That's basically his role. You don't have to use him in this role. You can use him in this role to tie enemy powerful units, like their elite units. pin their units so your archers shoot them. But in my opinion, the main role of Tyrion is to delete enemy lords and enemy heroes, which he does amazingly. This the Tyrion, the only thing that's kind of a little bit off on him, which you can see immediately, is his health. 4,300 health. When you look at with some other legend lords, it doesn't seem high. But elves are a little bit on the squishier side. They might have second best equipment in the world. They might have hundreds of years of training. And they might be fast and agile, represented by their defense. But their health is, not very high. And this is what I was saying earlier. You should not everybody should have everything, like if they wanted to make Tyrion like really overpowered, Tyrion is overpowered, don't get me wrong, but if they wanted Tyrion to be really overpowered, they could have given him another 600 or 1200 health, and it would not even look off. But I think this is where it's pushing it with high elves. I don't think high elves should have very high life. So Tyrion having only 4,300 life is not only fitting, but it should be the limitation of the elves. Especially elves that are not riding, powerful dragons and stuff like that. So this is one of their limitations. 4,300 health on Tyrion, for example. He does have very high stats, very high armor, and is a excellent fighter. And Lord like Tyrion, it's gonna be a lot of fun to consider to see how much you can push his stats, like get more damage, make him more damage, better fighter. Don't get me wrong, this is the worst option for any Lord and for Tyrion, but it's fun. So I like personally to push this stuff on Tyrion. I mean, look at this. This guy has 85 leadership, and he has a leadership skill. One day devs realize maybe we should stop putting leadership skills on legendary lords that have 85 base leadership. Okay, anyways. So lords like this are gonna be lots of fun to play with, especially if you just like to keep them in their role. If you just want to use Tyrion to maximize bonuses and min-max, him as a fighter bare bones is already incredible, but it's not going to be ideal to further make him, a fighter. So I was saying how factions have faction effects, but they also have legendary lords. And these legendary lords, they also bring a lot of things to the faction. And none so more than the faction lords of, like, let's say, high elves and the dark elves. So Tyrion has a left side here, and he has a right side here. So what does this thing do? The left side here gives him some kind of ability, which leads into, look at this, another 20 relations with high elves and public order plus one all provinces. This is control in Warhammer 2. So you basically, with just 2 skill points, you get another faction effect. More faction effects, no matter what the faction effects they are, they always add up. Sometimes they're strong, sometimes they're too strong, or sometimes they're just useless stuff. Well, in this case, if you're a new player, this could be highly beneficial, because easier time managing high elves. Public order will help unique public order system with high elves, which makes their provinces work better if the people are happier. And look at this. All armies, cheap recruitment, not really big deal, but it will add up. Global recruitment duration is reduced for all units. Global recruitment capacity is increased. Look at this. What is this? It's basically even more faction effects. So you get a legendary lord, which just keep adding faction effects on top of faction effects. This is not that big deal, but when you confederate lords like this, and you get a lord which can unlock faction effects, which then add up. and then you confederate another lord, and you can unload more faction effects which just add up. It just messed up. That's why when it comes to confederations, there should be some kind of restriction and penalties. And if you do it the easy way, more severe, and if you do it the harder way, you know, there should be some kind of agenda why this confederation happens, what you should do to unlock these effects. Like just acquiring, doing a hostile takeover on another faction, acquiring their assets and their lord, it's just, I feel like just bare bones lazy system. Don't have to do it, but it's in the game. I was really against it in a lot of early Warhammer 2, but let's not go further into confederations. And look at the third one. So this is all the adds up. It doesn't look like anything special. But when you add this on top of his older faction effect, you add this, and then you add this, and then there is this one. Upkeep minus 10% for all units, all armies. Oh boy. Can you imagine this one in Warhammer 3? Where they change the supply lines and you're playing High Elves. High Elves. This will add up with everything already, and High Elves already have a lot. And there is no more 15%. And then you get Quartermaster. Let's assume it's 9% in Warhammer 3. And now in the Feared is the same. This is ridiculous. How the supply line changed in Warhammer 2 is 15%. In Warhammer 3 is 4%. So let's just forget about High Elf economy. Let's just forget about stackable bonuses. Let's just take just lords into consideration. So Tyrion can make every army 10% cheaper, and on every army you can get Quartermaster and now in Feared, which seems like a little bit overkill, but you can. And what if the legendary AI does it? And what if you decide to go into the late game, and what if the High Elves are a superpower? The High Elf armies are some of the most terrifying late game armies in the game. And the player will have access to this as well. So you have legendary lords, you got faction effects, and then you have legendary lords providing further faction effects. And then you have discrepancy between the factions who don't have this. And then you have factions who can confederate these lords, and more lords, and more lords, and more lords, like it's nothing. So this is, I think, one big problem with the confederations. But, you know, everybody brings out, you don't have to confederate. The AI will confederate, guaranteed. How many of you get upset or frustrated when you see High Elves or Dwarves confederate? It just gets to you. It's just like, we accept this as part of the game, and, you know, we just got used to it. But I think there's a lot of people out there that gets frustrated by this. And High Elves, there should be some restrictions and some limitations. Less frustration on both sides. When you're confederating, when you're on the receiving end, and when it's happening against you. Some factions should not be able to confederate, and, you know, you have Tomb Kings in the game, you have Skaven in the game. It just makes no sense. Confederation is a touchy subject, and they need to take a second look on it and do something about it. We talk about this at the start of the video, so I'm not going to go further into it, but if you guys missed it, you can go like an hour back. But there are lords in the game that can get confederated, which add up all these systems. And I have played Warhammer 2, I have done long games. The hardest campaign in this game was early Crooked Moon. By far the hardest campaign. I could do short campaign victory. I could even maybe surgically strike long campaign victory. But fuck me, the long game, like domination style, seemed impossible. Unless certain conditions were met. And they were just, at the time, just literally impossible. One thing is getting a short campaign victory, anybody can do a short campaign victory. You can just rush the objective. But getting into a long game and then experiencing, you know, those grinders where everybody has massive armies, and apparently, you know, this is enjoyable. People, you know, like massive grinders, especially if they watch the massive grinders. Gotcha, please. But according to a lot of people as well, they don't like late game. But they like the idea of late game, but they find it tedious. There's a lot of people I see in the chat. They tell me they enjoy seeing late game. They like seeing empire building. They send me messages. They want to see you know, big wars between these factions. They want to see more of this. You know, this is all very time consuming. I do like it, you know, sometimes myself, but sometimes it can be exhausting as well. You know, as a content creator, the first thing you notice when creating content for Total War, you guys know, nearly everybody gonna be there for day 1. Most of the people are gonna be on day 2, and nobody gives a shit on day 3 and later. So, you know, this approach, you know, if you create content, if you min-maxing, you know, views, growth, money, you know, you would always just play day 1 and day 2, and if you really like the campaign, beyond that. But, you know, sometimes, you know, I don't look at it like that. You know, I decide I want to play a long game, and there could be a state of the game where the faction cannot do it. They just cannot do it. Like Crooked Moon pre-rework. You guys seen it, the one with house rules, where we got ganged up on by Dark Elves. You guys seen it, where we got ganged up by the Overtide and High Elves. They just couldn't do it. And it's because factions in the game existed that could add all these things in a pile. And nothing you can do about it. You kill an army every single turn, and there's only 5 armies coming at the same time. It's literally an endless stalemate, and you're basically just slowly dying. And this is a problem with Confederations. When you're on the receiving end, when you're Confederating, it's cheap. When it's happening against you, it's frustrating. And I don't think it should be like that either way. Sometimes maybe, but something should be done about this. And I think that lame excuse, nobody is going to be a boring fuck on Tyrion and going to pick these skills. And you don't have to Confederate Tyrion. You don't have to Confederate Alariel. You don't have to Confederate Altenar. You don't have to. But the fact remains, these things exist in the game. These things add on top of everything. And these things can stack with 5 other Legendary Lords. And I'm a person that likes replay value, and I don't really like the idea of all the Legendary Lords under one banner. It beats the replay value, and it just kind of takes something from the game. Sometimes Confederations make sense, but striving for Confederation like it's like an important part of the game, where Confederation or bust to max everything, it's like not only it's going to be frustrating where you won't be able to accomplish it, but it makes kind of like a linear campaign. Play Karazakarak, you always have to Confederate Belegar. Hope the ghosts are all alive. Karakadrin, Torik, Confederate them, just get everything unlocked, right? Like, there was a time in early Warhammer 2 when I was literally a Confederation Rush meta was developing. And people would get frustrating if they couldn't collect all the lords. To the point where some people would restart campaigns because something was ruined. I got literally frustrated about this, and I got to the point where I would not even Confederate, because for me it was ruining experience. I wouldn't want to get, you know, lore spoiled with, you know, Indomitable and Unifier on Tyrion, and with no way to respec. And this would happen quite a bit. So the balance has to be made regarding Legendary Lords, faction effects, and Confederations. And I think maybe I might be overthinking this, but for me personally, it takes away from the game. Like, what the fuck is the point of 90 plus factions? It's gonna be more like empires, or 6, 7 plus 8, 10 lords, if there's gonna be options to just pick the best one and confederate the rest. And then your game plan is not about Tyrion and early game and what happens and RNG and to deal with it, but how to optimize the fun out of the game and confederate everybody as fast as possible before the AI fucks the lords up and picks up the wrong skills. That's how we're gonna feel like sometimes. I like the idea of Tyrion and Teclis, you know, working together, but with Tyrion there's a little bit more room, but Teclis has a delicate skill tree. Teclis, for me, one of my favorite lords. If I see some shit out there, some really bad shit that AI picked, it literally causes me to leak brain matter out of my ears. The fact there is no respec as well just makes these things worse. Well, Confederate Tyrion, you get the right side, you get the fun Tyrion, you get the left side, you get optimal Tyrion. And there is nothing wrong Confederate Tyrion getting the left side right. And it feels to me fine if the Tyrion I confederated was some work to confederate and not just, you know, third leg random confederation. So lords like Tyrion are unique. I personally love lords like this. He's not an amazing damage dealer because he's not a wizard. He's not an engine of destruction like Archaon, but he's an incredible duelist, and you can push him to even a one-man army, which, you know, can be fun. I think we have some picture here from before, right? This is while the game was bugged a bit before they fixed it. This is not even the strongest Tyrion, but this is Tyrion killing 4 armies. He actually get tired because there was a bug in the game. But Tyrion can get stronger than this. And in Immortal Empires, I think he will get even stronger than this. So, yeah. Fun Tyrion on the right side with his bloodline of Venerian. He becomes really, really crazy for fighting. Really crazy. Actually, I have to take something back here. He's actually not going to be as powerful as before, because they've changed how the magic resistance works. So there are going to be some stuff in the game, especially when outnumbered, when Tyrion can take a lot of damage. But he can still actually be a one-man army. The fact they changed magic resistance into now spell resistance and magical attacks is something very strong. Tyrion has lost a lot of toughness. But he can still become very powerful with Sword of Cain. Maybe not as powerful as anymore because of that. Depends who you fight. But he's still gonna be nearly as powerful. The fact Tyrion has an easy access to Sword of Cain, which is overkill. And this line is kind of ridiculous. Makes Tyrion one of the best fighters in the game. You could say Sword of Cain makes everybody powerful. Sword of Cain makes everybody strong. But not everybody has an easy access to Sword of Cain like Tyrion. So, Tyrion's skills, let's check about his items. I think his stats might change slightly. Some people already have early access in Mortal Empire, so this might have been spoiled already. Don't tell me. His stats might have changed slightly. I expect some changes. So he has standard 50 missile resistance, like every character has, except demons, Kappa. Fire resistance 45. This is relevant, even more relevant in Warhammer 3. And he has martial mastery. As long as he doesn't fall under half health, he is very tanky and has more attack. So, amazing base. I would say amazing base. Heart of Avalon is one of his items, which is an enchanted item. For an enchanted item is excellent, but what do we have here? Leadership aura size, leadership aura, character aura leadership effect +5, melee defense +5, measures 18%. Possibility Heart of Avalon gives him a regeneration on low health. So basically, for a Warhammer 2, this is an amazing item, but we have to, see how this is going to be in Warhammer 3. Magic resistance, first and foremost, unless they buff stuff like Spirit Leech and some other effects, and make the AI more effective with it. So it's going to extremely situational. Spell resistance for single entity, in my opinion, it sucks situationally. More so sucks than it's useful. So this item is gonna, unless they changed it, is gonna be weaker. As an enchanted item that grants 5 defense is not good enough. The first 2 effects are irrelevant, they are poor effects. The Heart of Auron effect is useful if Tyrion is low rank and has no other access to healing. So 5 defense, and the Heart of Auron effect is useful, depending how it's gonna be unlocked. It might be item you use on Tyrion, but unless it's changed, this will be easily replaced. The High Elves have access to an item. Guys, we have to think about something. How many of items will be lost once they convert Warhammer 2 into Warhammer 3? Because some items were lost in the conversion between Warhammer 1 and Warhammer 2. High Elves have access to some really powerful items, some unique items, and these items might become dog shit, like a lot of items in Warhammer 3, because, maybe now that the shit team is no longer working on Warhammer 3 and we have the good guys, maybe they're not gonna fuck it up regarding items like they did with most of the Warhammer 3 items. And the Foliard's robe will still exist, which is the best in slot enchanted item for Tyrion. I think that's an enchanted item, right, guys? Lowers the weapon strength by 50% and gives him 50 physical resist, which is, I think, if you want to create a powerful fighter or a tank, one of the best items in the game. It might get changed in Warhammer 3. Which makes Heart of Auron, depending how it's unlocked, a poor item. I hope this item gets changed, but I don't see it. I don't see it. This was a decent item in Warhammer 2, but when you get that other item, and if you play the Fun Tyrion, it's a trivial item that it's not gonna be used. What I would like to see, some of these unique items to be available to other characters, but I've been thinking, like if it's an enchanted item, why not it's available to some other characters? If it's not like really unique, but it's a little bit different. So his Dragon Armor of Venerian gives 15 armor, 25 fire resist, 10 physical resist, 10 ward save. Enemy hero action sections minus 10%, wound recovery item -1. This is an excellent armor. Even more so since they nerfed the Armor of Destiny. And it's not one of the best armors in the game. And I hope it doesn't change. This is one of the items that make Tyrion very strong. Overkill armor, overkill fire resistance, strong physical resistance, and ward save on one item. And we'll add up with the other items. This is just an excellent item. This is like a 10 out of 10 item. This is like 3 out of 10. Sunfang, his sword, while it has a campaign effect, which goes well with Majesty of Ulton's side, because it's going to be +4, the High Elves are probably going to retain their control mechanic regarding bonuses. The happier the High Elves are, the more productive the provinces are. So +3 public order, or in control, how it's called in Warhammer 3, that's beneficial to High Elves, unless this thing changed. As a weapon, other than this, is not really special, just 10% damage, 30 AP. 30 AP is nothing on a weapon, 30 AP is nothing in late Warhammer 2, and 30 AP is nothing in Warhammer 3. 30 AP is very poor thing. If they want to put stuff like this, armor piercing the weapon damage +30, when you look at the Tyrion's damage, which is currently 310 AP, this 30 should be probably close to 50, or it should just be removed as a line of useless text and make the weapon strength +20%, which is pretty much the same thing. enables magical attacks, flaming attacks, and has ability. One of the reasons to use Sunfang on Tyrion and not any other weapon is because of the package. Public Order +3 is very good. There's some damage on it. There's ability on it, which is a better ability, which makes Tyrion a little bit more damage, especially if you're not going to use Tyrion to kill characters. Send Tyrion into infantry and just burn them with Sunfang. So it's not the most amazing weapon, but it's pretty good. It's like 8 out of 10. Because in like the whole package, you get to use items on the other guy, because you get this one from the quest. The quests have beneficial experience for the army, some economy, and then you get the whole package for the campaign and Tyrion and the battle. Can't really complain much about this weapon, except that second line of attacks is off. The magical attacks is going to be strong in Warhammer 3, so it's great he gets magical attacks, because he doesn't have magical attacks otherwise. Flaming attacks might be helpful. Flaming attacks is situational, because in my experience, it seems like flaming attacks fire resistance is more common than regeneration. As his horse, which does grant him, look at this, over 600 HP. I would always put Tyrion on the horse. Always. He gets so much faster. And Tyrion has excellent attack animations. And I think on a horse it's even better than on foot. So Tyrion always goes on the horse. Spirit of Surian is a standard high elf skill for the characters and makes the characters faster, grants them more melee defense. That's just a filler skill. Not top priority, but you know, something you take once you are out of other options. War of Loyalty is 10 missile resistance, he has 15 here. Missile resistance is always good, especially if you're trying to get a very resilient lord, especially if the lord is a large target. If you're not creating Tyrion as a one-man army, this is a pass. And there is magic resistance here, which I'm not sure what's going to be about this in Warhammer 3. We have noticed on Warhammer 3 characters that they do have missile resistance, which I think it should be higher, but not much of this. If this is just going to be changed to spell resistance, it's going to be next to useless, so just ignore. His unique skills probably gonna stay the same. You get the crazy campaign effects. This is literally super overkill. Or you have the fun Tyrion, where Tyrion just goes crazy strong. I don't think any of this will change. This one is a little bit on the weak side. All the other three are pretty amazing. This lord has access to 20 leadership here and 15 leadership, 12 leadership there. One day they're gonna remove leadership from Legion lords that have high leadership. One thing that I found kind of like weird with high elves is these dedications. When you look at these dedications, they don't look too bad, right? Like, there's stuff on it. Some campaign effect, and some army effect, and some personal buff. There's like, what, 8 of these skills. But I always seem to have been taking the dedicated to Isha. Helps a little bit in the early game, gets physical resistance to the character, and gives you the replenishment of the army. I think some of these effects could be changed a bit, or this could also be my personal preference. Maybe you guys are using some other stuff. I think I use some other stuff on some other lords, but I think that you know, my personal preference is, you know, is going to affect this as well. Some of these are not very good. Well, there's multiple ones that are decent. His character skills might stay the same. While our ages is kind of off, because regular lords have 20% here, and he has 8% and 15% against specific factions. Maybe these specific factions will now also be some other factions. Other than his character skills, this one is just makes no sense. Should be 1 point unbreakable or something else. Can't really complain about his the skills here. It's just overkill fun skills. Regarding the battle skills, we've been playing some Warhammer 3. 3 campaigns, 6 campaigns. And look at this. The Inspiring Presence is just character or leadership effect. And in Warhammer 3, it actually grants experience per turn. So they changed this one. So I'm guessing it's going to be changed on Warhammer 2 Lords as well. But what's the most upsetting thing about Warhammer 3? How they create the battle skills. The stats are off. Stats are wrongly placed, badly placed, and stats are missing. And now, after 6 campaigns of Warhammer 3, let's check some of the Warhammer 2 battle skills. Tyrion has a unique base battle skill. It's I guess he's kind of like a bad example.
Our traditions make us strong. Defender of the Everqueen.
So these are the 6 battle skills. I much prefer the factions like 4, but you know, it is what it is. So look at this. First skill, 8 attack, 8 defense for a selection of units. Can be bad no matter which units are. Can be really that bad. Our stats like this in Warhammer 3 are slightly off. One of the stats is lower, or one of the stats is off. Then you have the base stats here, 20% ammunition, 10% little times for the archers. So better melee units, better range units. And then you have the one that's a little bit off, but it's still, you know, passable. This is probably the worst one on the High Elves, in the Cavalry Master. 12% missile strength for leader and rear units, Lord's Army. These units don't have very good missile strength, should be probably like 25%. And makes the leader and the reavers and still handles faster, they'll do very fast, and gives them charge bonus. So there might not be much wrong with this skill, except maybe the amount of missile strength. But these are not very good units. And these units are basically present on a building that's just not available in the early game. Elite Reavers, Elite Archers, and the Silver Helms, Helm Shields. You're not going to be building this building. And that is the problem. The problem is not the battle skill. Well, there is some questionable use of Elite Reavers. They kind of support proactive harassment play, while reactive plays are much easier. And the heavy cavalry is the same. They not only don't fit the campaign, they the building is it just doesn't work. You need stuff like this, and you don't need any of this early on. There's a problem with the design of the settlements. There's not enough slots. So when it comes to basic military, you just have to pick one building. And even that building will be removed once you're done recruiting.
Primed for action.
Vanguard Master has 8 attack for chariots, war lions, dragon princes, missile strength 12% for 10 chariots, and charge bonus for 12 for chariots, war lions, and dragon princes. This is actually a very good one. This is a very, very good one. I'd rather have that charge bonus be weapon strength, but this is like almost ideal. Your chariots and war lions and dragon princes get good buffs and buffs that matter. And these are all usable units. And what's even better is this is a progression skill. It's a progression skill. So units which you might use initially, and then units that can be replaced to use later with something else. So like War Lions could be like early on, if the building is off, but since they changed this, you will have to get this building. Well, chariots are overkill against infantry. You can be used for harassment, and you do need this building for technology. And once you even stop using War Lions and the chariots, if they get destroyed or something, then the Dragon Princess, you know, could start using that skill. So this is the skills I like. Let me tell you what's the problem with this stuff like this. Why this should not be 6 skills here? It should be 4. It's like, is there really a need for a cavalry master and a vanguard master? Why are not these skills not merged into one skill? So you get a bad building and a skill that requires skill point wasting. And I like battle skills which are available to the early units and then available to the elite units on the same skill. Well, 12 charge bonus is not bad, but it's not better than 12 weapon strength. 12 weapon strength is superior in every way. Same as in 8 attack. Its missile strengths on units like Illyrian Reavers and the Tyrion chariots are off. I mean, one thing to give missile strength to like a infantry regiment of archers, and another thing is to give missile strength to a chariot or a cavalry unit. I think for a cavalry and chariot unit, missile strength should be an exception, and the buff should be nearly doubled. Sky Master buffs the Eagles, Phoenix, and Dragons, and has charge bonus with strength with it. Charge bonus for single entities is horrible. Never works, never worked. These units are already have good attack and good charge bonus, so it's just overkill. And why is it so? 12 charge on a Star Dragon. It's 45 charge, 64 attack. 64 plus 45. Let's not say he has any experience. So that 12 charge is added to weapon strength. It has 580 weapon strength, for God's sake. And it has 64 attack. What the hell will 12 charge do on a Star Dragon? Nothing. It already has near guaranteed to hit unless it knockbacks the entity, and the damage increase is trivial. Charge bonus for single entities as a buff should not exist. Meanwhile, 12 charge for Dragon Princess, when you have 60 riders with 44 weapon strength and 36 attack, 12 charge, very relevant. Star Dragon, totally relevant. That's just badly designed. One day devs will get it, but they suck at the metagame. Might take them 10 years, maybe in Warhammer 4. I like the Sky Master. I like the Sky Master to have some other things than charge here. While weapon strength is fine, both weapon strength and charge bonus, it feels weird. There is no point having charge bonus on single entities. The only exception is average units in multiplayer. Master Strategist, oh look at this, same as Militia Master but a different group of units. Another 2 skills that could be merged to be 1 skill. So this one is also attack and defense but for the elite infantry. And 8 attack and 8 defense, this has some of the best battle skills. These 2 could easily be merged. This one is off, and these 2 could also be merged. But stuff like that. I'm very familiar with these battle skills, and I'm looking forward to see if we're just gonna get a copy of this. If they just copy all these battle skills into Warhammer 3 without any adjustments, it's gonna feel really shitty for the Warhammer 3 factions. Warhammer 3 factions will feel really shitty if they just put everything like the same and don't change anything. Just compare what they done when they released the old world battle skill rework. If anybody has Warhammer 2 installed, we'll actually talk about this later. Dwarves veteran battle skills, Empire veteran battle skills, and then compare them to outdated Skaven ones. And the Skaven ones has better than the ones in Warhammer 3. So if Empire and Dwarves have the same exact veteran battle skills, it's just gonna be stupid. So will they fix the Warhammer 3 battle skills, or will they just mess up all the old battle skills? Regarding the veteran battle skills, not really much to say here. The spell resistance for single entities is okay if this one just gets translated. Defense and weapon strength for this is okay. Not great, not terrible, just acceptable veteran battle skills. Still better than most battle skills in Warhammer 3. Get some damage and defense and magic resistance. I assume is going to be spell resistance Warhammer 3 for these units. The only problem with this battle skill is it buffs the units which are not very effective in the high elf roster. So it's not really a priority. Don't the Dragon Prince lag AP? No, they have very high damage. They get very nice stats with martial mastery, good battle skills, and good buffs. The unit like Dragon Prince is they're the shock cavalry, so most of the damage will happen in a charge. If you miss the charge, then they're gonna lack AP. I don't think Dragon Princes lack anything. The only downside of the Dragon Prince is they're tier 5. They take a lot of investment to get high stats. Which they have available at least. Favorable wins, look at this. Not 2, but 3 buffs. 3 buffs for these units. Warhammer 3, how many do we get? 2 buffs, huh? Missile strength, armor, and missile resistance. Not as good as the Empire and the Dwarf battle skills, but everything adds up. If you put his buffs on stuff like Shadow Walkers and the System of Allen, pretty amazing. On archers, might help out to resolve. So still pretty good. This one is above average. This one is average. This one is above average. Silver Torrent, speed, weapon strength, and missile resistance. What's up with missile resistance in this faction? Some of the Warhammer 2 battle skills, the original factions are lacking compared to rework, and they've never changed it, but it's still acceptable, generally. So Silver Torrent, speed, weapon strength, missile resistance. This is also not bad. I would say this one is above average for these units, but the problem is these are the units you usually don't use. So this will make the Rangers, which are obsolete only after 20 turns, Great Eagles, which are crap, War Lions, which are used throughout, but they're better options, Chariots, overkill against infantry, like against large, used throughout, Little Reavers, obsolete quick, faster, stronger, and more resilient. So you're ultimately going to just be buffing War Lions and Chariots with this one. It's not a bad battle skill, but you probably are not going to be using these units. There's only a million ways to kill infantry. War Lions help initially. The reason to use War Lions is, I'm going to get them on a vet and use a Silver Torrent. I did use this in the past though. They're usable. But they're going to progress into the Vanguard Masters Dragon Princes. And there is no Dragon Prince on this skill, so this skill is easily ignored. Because these units are required to be veteran for this to work. It's off with these units, but it's... You know, the buffs are good. It's still better than Immovable Force, although Immovable Force might actually get more use. Silver and Guard, Silver Helms, Sword Masters, and White Lions. We're refreshing ourselves because we're gonna be going all this in Immortal Empress as well to see if it's changed. Heart of the Flame, armor plus 10, melee defense plus 5, and 5% physical resistance for dragons, phoenixes, dragon prince, and phoenix guard. This one is a little bit extreme. Again, 3 buffs. When you compare to Warhammer 3, this one is just gonna make everything look bad. Out of this 4, this one is the best, but it doesn't buff the best units, which are the archers. But you can easily use these units with an amazing effect. The high elf armies, you know, people tend to favor the archers because they like reactive playstyle, but they have everything really. And they quality to support. This is a time where I would actually agree with those cringe people that say you don't have to use it. Yes, you don't have to use archers in every army. Nobody's forcing you. So don't be boring and try some of those armies with something else. I love me archers myself. I love shoot people. Love creating beautiful formations that react. But sometimes I like also, you know, doing some melee grinders and a lot of flyers as well. And this one is the strongest of the 4 battle skills, veteran battle skills, but this one gonna get the most use, for no doubt, because the archers. Overall, I think the veteran battle skills of the high elves are good. They're just lacking compared to the reworks. Not much though, not much, just a little bit. I think these skills could some of them be merged, but it's more about just about preferences, how the buildings are created. If some units don't have good buildings, you're not going to build those buildings. I mean, like I said already a million times, why you're never gonna build this building? This is just a bad building. And look at this, 2,500 and then 5,000. So you're telling me you're going to use your bare bones economy to acquire tier 3, upgrade tier 3 stuff, and then you're gonna pay 7,500 for this? In what reality? This is a horrible, horrible building, shit design. You need to put this as a part of the citizen militia, or make it a lower cost and more slots in the capital for basic military. Need a break, boys. Need a break. Nature calls. We're back. We're back, boys. What do we still have left here? Campaign skills. Yeah. So there's a route marcher, 10%. In Warhammer 3 is 5%. But in Warhammer 3 they added 10% bonus if you start in your territory. Iron Disciplinarian plus 3 public order. Merchant Lord, additional tradable resource produced plus 9% faction wide. Bonded service minus 1% recruitment cost. Lord's army and vary enemy hero action success chance minus 1%. Ambush adventures plus 30%. You see, sometimes we have skills like some lazy ass shit like Iron Disciplinarian. I don't know why the fuck this should even exist. It should probably be merged with like 2 or 3 other campaign skills into one campaign skill. And you have a skill here vary where you actually have combined effects. You got an enemy hero action success chance and ambush event chance in one skill. Even if you know these two separated might not be much that you might gonna need. When you combine them, you will find use for them. Your lord will not get targeted, and you might not get ambushed sometimes. Well, I think skills like Ardent Disciplinarians are just automatically bad. Skill like this probably need another a buff on them, or at least make it +5. Merchant Lord is unique to this faction. Additional tradable resource produced +9%. This is actually pretty decent, but skills like this are abusable, and some people would consider you an idiot by picking this on your Lord over other things, because you can just use this on a Lord you don't use. How stupid is that? While the bonded service recruitment costs -15% Lord's army, I think this one also should be slightly buffed. This should probably be like +5. And the bonded service should probably be +1 unit recruit on top. You see, like this draft mask has recruit rank +1 for all units. Should be -15 and recruit rank +1 for all units. Just give us a reason to pick these skills. Don't just make it the AI wasted skill points. Like skills like this and like this should not exist on their own. They should be attached to some more stuff. Can't really complain about Draft Master, get more capacity and more unit experience. So 1 point just to connect is good. The Lightning Strike is going to be present there. Quartermaster is now 9% in Warhammer 3, which is still an excellent skill, the best moneymaker, better than economic building. The High Elves have minus attrition and replenishment here on 1 skill here. It looks good, but kind of hard to find points for this when you might need to take stuff like, you know, Quartermaster instead. You can always get a hero for replenishment, right? The high elf heroes are pretty good. And there is the Elven Scholar, magic item drop chance +24% and research rate +20% faction wide. On top of at the end, the now feared the best skill in both Warhammer 2 and Warhammer 3 is identical. I think Elven Scholar can be fun for long campaigns, especially if there is a lot of items. Get the technology upgraded faster and more items. Now the fact you have fuse on the items and you can salvage item makes Elven Scholar better. But overall, pretty good campaign skills. Just this Armed Disciplinarian and Bonded Service are off. Should have more effects, a stronger effect. Because, you know, why should I pick this over this? And why should I pick this over this? Why should I pick this over this? And why should I pick anything other than this? It's like you need reasons to pick other things, because sometimes it's okay if you prefer something, if it's your preference, but sometimes things are just going to be better. And it's just the illusion there is a choice. There is no choice. If you go for Renowned and Feared, Quartermaster is not a choice. Quartermaster is not a choice. It's a must. Let's check the technologies a bit. So the High Elves have a pretty restrictive technology. So you basically need to go from Military Advancement 1 into 2, 3, and 4 to get to the later stage, and it's kind of attached to a tiers, more or less. Most of the civic technologies are down here, attached to the resource requirements, and everything is required by buildings. It's kind of like an old Empire technology tree with a little bit more stuff. I think high elf technologies are pretty good, and nothing really needs to change. Maybe some adjustments, you know, depending what they want to change. Change is always good as long as you know, they don't make things worse. I like you know, the idea that, you know, they would change things, you know, to make things, you know, interesting, different. But we have still technologies with the high elves that don't do anything. And I happen to remember that they said this once or twice, that they are trying to make every technology do something. So basically, you are researching this technology and it doesn't do anything. So what is this saying me? It's saying me that they forgot about this. So military advancements 1, 2, 3, and 4 should do something. Because you research this and you get nothing. Just get access to the to this area here. This is basically a lock to unlock this. I understand this one being like this, but the first one makes no sense. There's no restrictions for this one. This one has restricted by a building. But this one is immediately available and there is nothing on it. So there's some damage for low infantry, some ranks. This is just pretty straightforward stuff. We don't have to go over all of it. The units that are usable are going to get buffed. The units that are not going to be usable are going to get ignored. You know, like swift sense. Not really much to say about this. You know, sometimes technologies have to be different to build, feel different between the factions. Not everybody should have the same technology setup or capabilities. This required the rally field. I think they require rally field. The technology is overall, I think, pretty good. So like, let's go over some of the really good technologies. Weapon strength. I guess weapon strength for spears is next to useless because the spears not really damage dealers. They hold. Any damage for melee units does seems like do something, but before we go into this, I want to say a few things about this. High elves. One of their biggest strengths is also one of their biggest problems, I think. It's like they have this huge variety of things. Not as much as the Empire, but close. But people just have tunnel vision on the archers. And two ways to support their archers. So I think high elves regarding their playstyle are more or less fine. Some changes could happen to the campaign gameplay, but on the battlefield it's more like the player preferences. And the players just like it easy. React armies favor range. It doesn't mean if you favor range that your army should be like 19 range units. The worst thing about this faction is this. Pretty much this. You know, and nothing makes it more so than Sisters of Aulon, the most overpowered, stupid unit in all of Total Warhammer 2. So this is the worst thing about this faction, this unit here, who for some reason is a tier 4 unit, 212, and the Lothern Seaguard tier 3 unit has same upkeep. Somebody decided to give this unit the same upkeep as the Lothern Seaguard. Meanwhile, there are elite unit. This seems supposed to be elite unit. This is supposed to be your average militia. Well, this is supposed to be an elite unit, very restrictive, available maybe in a couple of regiments per the whole faction. Meanwhile, you can just pretty much make every single elf, man, woman, child, a Sister of Aulon. No restriction. And I think Sister of Aulon is the worst thing about the High Elves that has ever happened to High Elves. They kind of taken away from the faction. This unit is just stupid. The Wood Elves had a similar unit back in the game, but it was not as dominant as this unit has become with the High Elves. And what should be done about this unit is probably restricted to 1 per building. That probably make me very happy if you can only get 1 Sister of Aulon per building. Even if you have only one sister of the Owl Lord in the army, it is still a ridiculous unit. They're shooting cannons. And this is a ridiculous unit. AP 180 range, magical and fire, and magical is gonna be stronger than ever. Oh, they still have impressive other stats. This unit should be restricted to 1 per building. That's how strong this unit is. And not only that, the upkeep should be doubled. I would double the upkeep on this unit, and I would restrict it to 1 per this building. With the exception of Avalon, which is this faction specialty, they should get 2 per building. This is just beyond ridiculous that every high elf faction can spam this. Moving on, because of this range dominance, you know, it's clear which technologies are going to be the best. You can always sometimes focus on the buffs, but I'm gonna go for the obvious stuff. Reload time reduction, archers, Lord and Seaguard. Reload time reduction, artillery. Some speed for the infantry. So basically archery prowess in the first area. Precise fletching in the second area. So look at this. Archer buff, archer buff. It's kind of crazy they even get 20% more ammo there. It's kind of sad that 2 best technologies are archery prowess and precise fletching. It's like nothing even catches the eye here, guys. Does something catches the eye here? What does catch the eye here? Nothing. Look at this. We have 20 technologies here and archery prowess and precise fletching. The initial 2 ranks are irrelevant, Llewellyn. 2 ranks are quite really fast with the range units. It's kind of sad in the first 20 technologies only the range above catch the eyes. I'm sorry, English Keg, I find the faction of Eatane and not Avalon to spam Sisters of Avalon is beyond absurd. That is an elite unit that is available only to a specific faction in larger quantities and not to every single high elf faction. That's a shit design. Fun stuff. Sisters are fun. How did you play high elves before the sisters? They were still dominating with range. This just is a stupid unit. Doubling their upkeep here should be a start. Why the hell they give this technology here like that? Odin Seaguard has incredible buffs, but it's not really needed over the archers, especially knowing that you're going to replace them with a lot of assists of Avalon. Well, that's elite units, English Cake. If it's a standard unit in your army, it's not an elite unit anymore. It's pretty much just a little bit of everything. This kind of reminds me of on a little bit better dwarf technology. This one should probably come early for the White Lions. As a field technology, the only reason to research archery technologies other than archery prowess and light precise fletching is because you're restricted to unlock the higher tiers. So while you're waiting for the higher tiers, you're going to be researching other stuff. You don't really need any of this other stuff. It's so one-dimensional. Some of these bonuses are just there to, like, you know, there's options here. Like, this one is critical for White Lions of Grace, you know, for the garrisons. So you basically have your range tech and the garrisons, and the last tier, you have the Phoenix buff here. And then you have more Phoenix and Dragon buffs at the end. Some of their elite units have very good buffs. So look at this. This is I always found really odd. Teachings of Hoet. Melee attack +5 and melee defense +5 for lords and heroes, right?
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit.
What the hell? And then you get Strength of Avalorn. And you get additional 6 defense for the Handmaiden. Somehow I feel like from the Shadowlands and Strength of Avalorn were not supposed to be available to our factions. It's supposed to be Nagarite only and Avalorn only. But the biggest absurdity is giving this unit spamble to everybody. Even one of these in the army is stupid. You can literally kill any unit and then switch to another unit, kill another unit. Loden City Guard is supposed to be like a core unit for the High Elves, and this unit just makes them look bad. This technology also doesn't do anything. This is where I find the most fun technologies. The cultural advancements also does nothing. Maritime Empire. All sea regions are made visible to your faction. I love stuff like this. And some convenient stuff that happens here. Like, these two are such good technologies. Waste to network. Campaign move range +10%, hero action success chance +5%. Whatever. We have to accept the limitations of developers, their views, and their sucking at the metagame. There's always going to be a lot of mech technologies. But as long as there is still, you know, fun technologies and technologies that, you know, support your favorite units, I think, you know, it's acceptable. And I think the High Elves are in a mix here. It's almost like the old Empire, but better. So can't really complain much about this, you know, but I would still like to see changes regarding the technology. Do we really need 5 different technologies for recruit ranks? High Elves have pretty good technology. That's all about what we can say about that. So basically, this is really for the Tyrion. I'd expect the Tyrion to stay the same. We're gonna have to just compare some of the changes.
Awaiting orders.
Tyrion is probably still gonna be one of the most popular choices. The High Elves are just gonna be down to player choice. spam archer or balance the round. You see how I play, guys. If we play a regular campaign, I mix it up. I like to have mixed armies, but sometimes when you get to like the longer game, you gotta get also a lot of armies, and armies that don't matter, like above army 5-6, and you just basically create top quality armies instead. You know, like for the high elves would be Phoenix Guard, Sisters of Avalon, and Star Dragons. Strong start, strong lord, and strong faction, and I don't think this is going to change with Tyrion. We might see some changes regarding how they play campaign-wise, because the whole campaign is gonna get changed, right? If they don't cap the Scissor Iron, I hope at least they double their upkeep.
We can achieve much together.
Okay, so the second Lord of the High Elves is Teclis. Well, we don't have to go through a lot of these things, but we go through most. We already seen most of these things. We just basically go now on the Teclis and probably gonna check some buildings. Teclis is actually going to be in Southlands below Krogar this time. So he will have access to the Fup Islands to the right, Chaos Waste to the south, and he'll be close to the bird. Upkeep on the Sisters of Avalon is 212, which is stupid. Somebody fucked up. So Order of Lore Masters led by Teclis, the best wizard in the game. Diplomatic relations +10 with men, high elves, wood elves, lizardmen, and dwarves. He likes to play nice with others. +10 is not much in Warhammer 2, but it's a little bit better in Warhammer 3. Cheaper mage buildings, not very relevant. Higher ranks with the Lord Master and Mages and the Archmage, that's nice. 5 ranks is good amount. And cheaper recruitment of Sword Masters, so Horde and Phoenix is also not very relevant. Slightly okay. This is good. And the rest, sure. Teclis himself starts the Fireball and has 30 more power. I'm wondering how they're going to transfer this in Warhammer 3. I hope they give him more max power reserve. That's the only way to go about it. Now that I've seen the Kairos having +20 and then +5 more to total 125, there is no reason why Teclis or Manfred should not have access to more power reserve. I did not expect them to break this 100 power reserve, but they did with Kairos, so I can totally see them doing so with Teclis as well. I mean, Teclis is superior Kairos after all.
You are far from home.
This is not where the Teclis is going to be, but usually you would pretty much just send a hero to the Ultron and still be active on Ultron, while maybe even abandon this or do both situations. Teclis is going to start somewhere here, so he's going to be further away from Ultron. So I speculate he's not going to be very active on Ultron. If you look at the map, Teclis is on the way other side. You can see Teclis down here, and this is Ultron. So unlike in Warhammer 2, Teclis will not going to have much to do with Ultron, because you can easily deal with Ultron as well. Depending if he starts with a hero, that might still be worthwhile going to Ultron, but it looks like it's gonna be a little bit different. Last year's situation looks better because the continent is larger, but I don't think Teclis is gonna be involved in Ultron this time. Teclis is gonna be closer to Knights of Caledor playstyle. Maybe have some impact on Ultron, but I fear Ultron will get overwhelmed by the Dark Elves. Who knows what's gonna be on Ultron this time? Hard to say. I like this change. The Teclis is actually further away from Ultron.
Lawmaster of Poem.
So he doesn't start with a mage anymore, he starts with a lore master, huh? It was, I guess, changed. Okay. When you look at Teclis, like, look at the shit stats compared to Tyrion. Like, this is what makes the Teclis AI so dog shit. Look at his health, armor. Look at this. This is just your typical shit wizard. And this is like half the reason why the AI wizards are dog shit. But you get all the buttons. So very poor stats. Very poor stats. He does have 38 attack and 4 defense with martial prowess, but your typical shit wizard stats. Avoid melee at all costs, only if desperate. Have some missile resistance, you know, the usual stuff. He starts with an enfeebling foe, flock of doom, and a fireball. So he has 3 spells, all in rank 1. We got Scroll of Hoard here. Cooldown minus 20% to all spells. Huh. We don't even have to read anything further here. That's the item. Enchanted item. Cooldown minus 20 to all spells. Just slap it. Just slap that shit, and I don't even give a shit what else is on that item. Magic resistance, some kind of shit ability, but who the fuck gives a shit? I'm not even gonna ever click that button. That magic resistance is gonna become spell resistant. The Scroll Hoard is like a multiplier effect, who cares? I mean, the charge ability could, I guess, could be used against another wizard, maybe like a vampire, who knows? 20% cooldown reduction on an enchanted item. That goes here. That is nutty. Nutty. It's probably a little bit stronger in Warhammer 2 than Warhammer 3, but it's early to say, cause how the power works in Warhammer 3. Doesn't mean if there's a limitation on the power reserve in Warhammer 3 that the Teclis isn't gonna be less powerful. It's just going to be how you use that power. You're probably still gonna have access to a lot of spells. I mean, look at Kairos. I feel like I've never really run out of power on Kairos and was relevant. And once those lords were changing the army, I feel like I had endless power.
Oh my god. Have you seen
Yeah.
Holy shit. What the hell?
I think Teclis is my second favorite lord in the series. I wish I actually played more Teclis in Warhammer 2. That's one of my regrets. I need to play more Teclis. I feel like we might play Teclis early on. We'll play Teclis this year. So I think this item will sell the same. Hopefully stays the same. Other than 20% cooldown, the rest of the stats is irrelevant. Not very good stats. Spell resistance, meh. It might be a little bit more relevant because Teclis has poor armor. And this ability is nothing really in this campaign. Nothing really. Maybe they change this. I don't know how we get this scroll point. This is extra item. So his next item is Moon Staff of Liliet. Lowers the miscast by 20% chance. Gives him power and lowers the cost of regrowth. And that is an arcane item. Not the most amazing arcane item, but pretty amazing. I'm wonder how is this going to translate in Warhammer 3. Will this power reserve actually give power reserve? Or will be something else? If this power reserve doesn't remain power reserve, the channeling stuff might be better because of this item. But you know, hard to say. I hope this thing here and this here will actually give more max power reserve. War Crown of Safri, this is his quest item. More power reserve. This guy has power reserve on power reserve and power reserve and power reserve. This is the most powerful wizard in the game, by the way, guys, if I haven't said already so already. Winds of Magic power reserve 18, ward save 10%, cooldown minus 30% to all spells. Unlocks hero. I'm sorry, guys. I have to start Warhammer 3. I have to start Warhammer 3 to show that piece of shit item Kairos gets, which is total overkill and not really needed. Hold on. Let me just start Warhammer 3. I think I have enough RAM. I think you need more than 16 GB RAM to start both Warhammer 2 and 3 at the same time.
Have you seen that shit? Holy shit! What the hell?
I'm doing this because Teclis and Kairos are similar in their, at least in how they should play. I mean, Kairos is just nothing special compared to Teclis, but is kind of like similar. The way people were talking about the Oracles of Tzeentch, I thought like they were like ridiculously broken, but they were just I don't know. Kairos can't even compare to like early version of Teclis. So this is Warhammer 3, boys, and this is Kairos. This is the guy that comes closest to Teclis, but he's nothing to Teclis. He might have better base stats, but that's not relevant. Look at his item. This is Staff of Tomorrow. Hero capacity +1 to cultists. Hero recruit rank +1 for cultists in the local province. Keep in mind, max rank is 50. 5-0. Tzeentch corruption +5 local province. Miscast base chains -50%. And ability Staff of Tomorrow. Decrease cooldowns -120 seconds for 29 seconds. This might sound powerful, but trust me, this is nothing special. It's overkill. Nothing special, cause this exists, and you have a channeling stuff that exists. This is nothing special. And let's see Teclis's item. So Teclis actually has two extra items. This is one of his quest items. This is just one item. This one kind of reminded me there. So this is all passive effects, guys. All passive effects. 18 power, 10% ward save, 30% cooldown reduction to all spells. Unlocks hero recruitment mage all provinces. Hero capacity +1 for mages. Hero recruit rank +2 for mages all provinces. So mages in all provinces get 2 additional ranks in a game that max rank is 40. Meanwhile, cultists get +1 rank only in the local province when the max rank is 10 higher, 50. This is definitely not done by the same developers. Whoever done this, they better not be working on the game anymore. They should go work on that shooter or some shit. Saga games. So you get this item, cooldown -30% to all spells, on top of 20%. That's -50% to all spells. Passively. Passively, this is not even need to activate. This is like click, 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 click. Everything is just going down. And then on top of that, he has a sword. Another item. Has a couple of stats as well. His sword is supposed to turn him into like some kind of fighter. 40 AP. For 40 AP for him is something compared to Tyrion. It's actually higher than Tyrion's 30. 10 defense, he does have 40 base with martial prowess, and 20 missile resistance. This doesn't really sound much. It might not be anything special back in the day, but hold on. Let me tell you why this sword matters. You get magical attacks, okay, sure. Chain lightning costs 3 less. The whole army gets upkeep reduction, and he gets forbidden rod that doesn't make him bleed. Okay. And he has a horse. He used to just run the horse. His potion would make him somewhat tough. But that's beside the point. His horse and potion and his abilities made him incredible. But the developers, in their infinite wisdom, decided that's not enough for Teclis. We got to give him more. They gave Teclis more and more and more, and then they gave him a tier 5 Phoenix, which makes everything crazier. So not only he has nearly 3000 more health, he has way more stats, where some of these stats even more relevant. And what bird? Kairos? Kairos? Like what? I mean, look at these items here. Teclis gets the package, Kairos gets the dick. Another good one, just a like tiny one. In what reality can Kairos compare to Teclis? Definitely not with the original Warhammer 3 design thing that they suck. They better never work on the game anymore. His passive, I forgot about this. His passive 10 missile resistance is just 10% ward save. Sure, he gets 10% ward save and gets an Arcane Phoenix. It has physical resistance. Arcane Phoenix has 20 physical resistance. It's basically a demon bird that carries... My bad. It's a demon bird that casts spells. So Kairos already exists in this game. Way stronger version than in Warhammer 3. And then they create that shit in Warhammer 3 when this demon bird already exists. When power reserve is 50% or more, it gets additional 10% ward save. 30% ward save and 20% physical resistance. And you want to hear the best part? That is without a talisman. not talisman. Put that talisman preservation and what damage? So a demon bird that has a shit ton of magic and all the buttons, a miracle worker existed and they created some kind of inferior version and put in Demons of Chaos. And what I love about this is techless. Look at his shit stats, man. He's dog shit on the base stats compared to Kairos. And then you got them plebs, you know, good guys. They have no idea how to play the game. They have no idea how to use techless, and techless just gets wrecked and wrecked and wrecked and wrecked. They probably play Tyrion first. And they just bitch and bitch and bitch and bitch and bitch, and then you get this. This is the final product because of those guys that were bitching all the time. I love this thing about techless, how squishy he is at the start with a limited selection. And this is how Lord should be. It should not be like a Tyrion rank 1 bullshit. It should be just like look like a wizard that becomes something absolutely amazing over time. Not already up something amazing on the start. Kairos, it has strong base stats at the start, but he's nothing compared to techless in the long term. Kairos has to activate all those skills for 2 points each to acquire items, of which he has like, I don't know how many, 8, 6, and he can only equip 1 to get more spells. Meanwhile, techless can activate all of these things on 1 point each and equip other item and still have access to more magic. And where were we with the cooldowns? Okay. This is not everything, boys. Hold on. Just hold on. This is not everything. Let's go into his rest of his skills. So, got an Arcane Phoenix. Crazy item setup. You can equip Talisman of Preservation as a potion that can be used 4 times. That grants 40% ward save and healing. So, if you don't take into account Talisman of Preservation for the duration of this potion, he has like 70% ward save. Let's go into some of his other skills. He doesn't have like left and the right side like Tyrion, but instead he has a different setup. So to unlock this thing, he gets a Sublime Focus, which lowers the miscast base chance again and increases the Wisdom Magic power as a +5. I'm still really wondering how they're gonna do this with Warhammer 2 factions. Because there's a lot of characters giving Winds of Magic power reserve. If they just translate it like they did to the knowledgeable, it's all crap. So I can totally see some of them increasing the max power reserve. Oh, look at this. More power, more speed. Oh shit. We didn't get more power, guys. More power, more power, more power. More power, more power. Oh shit, what do we have here? More power. Who the fuck has more power than Techless? Just casual 10 defense and 10 resistance in here as well. And I forgot how amazing skills on Techless are. It sounds like a lot of basic shit, but it's everything just so adds up so much. So you can actually get Greater Arcane Conan rank 7. So look at this, guys, look at this. Minus 20% cooldown reduction, minus 30% cooldown reduction. Cooldown reduction on Flock of Doom minus 50%. Cooldown? What cooldown? This is the annihilation of infantry. No infantry is safe. All will die. Oh shit, my whole army can get magical attacks and fire damage. What demons? Ah, damn man, Teclis is so perfect. Teclis is beautiful. Fucking hell, how can they create something like Teclis? And then would they create that shit in Warhammer 3? Shield of Suffer is 10%, the other shield is what, 11%? Teclis gotta be one of the most disturbing shit in the game. So once you take 4 skills here, 4 passives, most likely Life Bloom, Kindle Flame, Life Leeching and one more, and get Manifold Sorcery. Winds of Magic cost minus 20% for all spells. While Hard is good in Warhammer 2, and Warhammer 3 is nothing special. Life Leeching is better. On the 4th one will be different in Warhammer 3. If you're gonna use some melee, or you might consider melee shifting and smoke and mirrors. This is ridiculous, man. I mean, look how shit his base stats are. And look what he gets. This is how you get. This is your level 1 fucking plebe in an MMO. You get fucking loincloth and a club. And then you get in a fucking max tier set once you get the high rank. This guy is a miracle worker. And some people still have problems clicking the buttons. I'm not sure what's the problem. Either don't read the text, don't understand the text, or they click them in the wrong order. Text is insane. So literally the only thing you have to worry about Teclis, if nothing changes, just get experience on him. That's the most important thing. Get experience on Teclis. It does start a little bit weak, no denying that. Tyrion already starts like godly on rank 1, while Teclis is a bit weak, and that's the reason why Teclis has Arcane Phoenix and all this bullshit at this stage, at this point, is because he started weak and a lot of plebs sucked at using Teclis. Well, Teclis was never weak. He does start weak, and because of that, this is probably the reason why we get Arcane Phoenix later. You're so skeptical you could find some internet forum bashing tech. States of the game, AP90, states of the game. People in the early Warhammer 2 complained that Teclis was too weak. Do you have any idea? I think even the Legends of War was talking shit about Fog of Doom. Don't quote me on that. How many people talk shit about Fog of Doom until they've seen the damage numbers? In the early Warhammer 2, Teclis was considered weak. And he was strong from day one. Welcome Doom is one of the craziest infantry killers in the game. It adds up like crazy. And the fact that you can, as you cast spells, you trigger all this shit. Once you get the Teclis' sword and you can cast Flock of Doom with Channel Lightnings and trigger all these passives at a low cost with endless power. I think the last time I played Teclis, I don't remember ever running out of power. There was so much power. Somebody actually messaged me yesterday that there's some issue in Warhammer 3 Mortal Emperors right now, where the some of the spells are off, and the Flock of Doom might be one of these spells. It seems like everything is doing double damage right now in Mortal Empires. So stuff like Flock of Doom probably, Miasma, Final Transmutation, what's that Beastman spell called? The Beastman one as well. So I'm not sure if it's intentional or how much is that, but some people are watching YouTubers with early access, and the magic is apparently off right now. Maybe somebody can confirm here. The Traderkin, yeah, the Traderkin. Oh man, Teclis, how I miss you. He even gets a bound wind spell. Who the fuck has created this guy? Man, I want to see that guy in the face and shake his hand. Person. Hi Chewy, no, I have not played the Nagash mod. If Teclis gets that thing, what's the thing called now? He gets Get Arc 100. What's it called now? It's a multiplier on the abilities. Elemental mastery. I mean mastery. If Teclis get access to mastery. Oh my god. Who the fuck? If anybody should have access to mastery, should be Teclis, mages, and the archmages. So this faction is basically now in Southlands. It has an incredible lord. This is my. I might be a little bit biased here, guys. Might be a little bit biased here. This is my second favorite lord in the game, and I always thought since day one that Teclis is like one of the most amazing lords in the game, just because his set of abilities and what he can do, and being a part of the High Elves. You can even play a little bit differently with him. You can play a reactive army, proactive army, but his role is pretty good at the harassment, same like Kairos. The moment I laid my eye on Teclis is kind of like, shit, this is in better guild. He doesn't fly, but he's better skill set. And then I made the guild the better guild. And then it's kind of like, well, Teclis got a Phoenix, so he's better in the end. So somebody has mentioned that the problem with the high elf garrisons. I think the troops are fine. I think the troops are fine. The garrison have been buffed in Warhammer 3, so we can expect even more troops. So if this was Warhammer 3, 8, 10, and 12. So you can expect like slightly better garrisons. The only thing I think should be changed, which somehow they fucked up in Warhammer 2. Various factions start their walls on tier 3. I don't know who done that, but that makes no sense. And we just let it slide for the years. So I would like to see the walls start on tier 2. I don't think they should be a tier 5 building. I mean, do you see any tier 5 troops in this building? So some factions have walls on tier 2 and some have on tier 3. And ending up with tier 5, and that makes no sense. A lack of consistency, right? The high elf garrisons have problems with armor, but once you get white lions and star metal blades, it's manageable. But like I said, no faction should be perfect at everything, right? They have to have some limitations. High elf garrisons being weak against armor, I think that's acceptable. The moment you get this, the white lions and garrisons get good, and they'll chop down armor. They beat Chaos Warriors. So not much to say here, boys. The Southland Stateless is gonna be in Mortal Empires, and I feel like we're gonna be playing it this year. I'm looking forward to see if they change anything about Stateless, because Stateless is one of my favorites. Can't believe how crazy are Stateless's items compared to anything in Warhammer 3. What a disaster is the items, traits, and skills in Warhammer 3. Alariel. So Alariel is one of the DLC lords. Queen and the Crown. She's been released with the Sisters of Avalon, the most stupid thing in Warhammer 2. This faction is supposed to guard Ultron and avoid corruption. I'm curious what they're gonna be about her and corruption in Warhammer 3. There's one real thing I like about Alariel, but let's get into the game first. Influence costs by 25% at court actions. So when you get event, her a cheaper, kind of boring faction effect. Gain bonuses when all of Ultron is held by high elves. Sure. She visits places and buffs them, so it's nice as well. Adds up. Receives penalties when regions within Ultron are not held by high elves. She has extra capacity for handmaidens. Invocation of Liliad improves casting and magic item drop chance. Invocation of each additional bonus for 3 spirit units. So her specialty is Sister of Avalon and the Forest Spirits, but the Sister of Avalon and the Forest Spirits don't go together in the army, which is a bad mix. So the Forest Spirits are not really used unless you're not using Sister of Avalon, which it's their best unit. Alariel leaves a lingering bonus in regions she visits, so it's a bonus on the cities. She weakens as the chaos grows stronger, and her army gets 15% more damage on Sisters of Avalon handmaid units. This is stupid. The best thing about Alariel, the game gives you a lord that's a support lord from the start, and it can favor a nice melee grinder, but it also gives you access to earlier Sisters of Avalon and stronger Sisters of Avalon, and they don't go together with Forest Spirits because friendly fire destroys those units with magic and fire, so it makes no sense. So if you can somehow avoid using Sisters of Avalon, you could have this faction as a nice melee grinder because you get a powerful healing wizard.
Queen.
So she starts just above Tyrion. It's kind of like a secluded magical forest here. You can see immediately this is the bonus she lives. Every region she visits gets some influence, public order, more powers of local army, growth and untainted. It's pretty nice. It adds up as you travel around. Her capital, I think, got nerfed because it's a magical forest. I don't think it's a strong position as the Lothern. It's actually gotten weakened where when they released the Wood Elf rework. But it's still an Ultron, and you cannot do the same thing Tyrion does. Start is a little bit more difficult, at least than the Tyrion start, at least in this version. Who knows what's gonna be in Immortal Empires. Like I said, she's a support lord. She's an Ultron, so she also has access to Sword of Cain. Kind of a little bit more fitting on her than Tyrion, considering Tyrion items. So she can fight no problem too. I already said that the way she's built is ideal for a support lord, but the game also pushes Sisters of Avalon, and Sisters of Avalon have magic and fire, and the forest spirits are weak to fire and weak to magic. So this combination of units makes no sense. She's ideal to create a melee grinder play style, and if we ever play her in Immortal Empires, we are probably going to go with a melee grinder because she's ideal for it. Tactics can go both ways, basically better reactive because it's harassment. Tyrion doesn't really matter. I feel like she's more suited for a melee grinder because you immediately start with a Lord of Life wizard. I think it's more interesting if you turn her into a support healer and focus on melee capabilities of the High Elves with limited range support. Doesn't mean that you have to turn your army into pure melee army. You can still even have this starting system on a couple of archers. You just basically counter what's not gonna fight in melee, and you just join the fight or just shoot whatever is out of melee. If you have only like 2, 3, or 4 of these range units, you still have a melee superiority. So she's a support lord, and base stats better than Teclis. Of course, she's better than Teclis on base stats. She's a DLC lord after all. She has Boon of Isha. So around her, units get magical attacks and immune psychology. She has access to martial prowess, which puts her to 67 melee defense. She starts with Fog Protection, Earth Blood, and as a unique item immediately, Stave of Avalorn. 8 power reserve, 10 starting amount, and an ability can be used once. This is her Mortal Words Torment. A radial affection case corruption is 25%. So if this happens, there's a positive thing, but as corruption increases in her realm, it gets to the negative. And other buffs. So until large fighting against Warriors of Chaos, damage against Warriors of Chaos and Norska, physical resistance on the Dryads and weapon stacking on the Dryads. This is a really odd stuff here. Really odd stuff. This never really worked for me because this is hard to manage. It says here Alariel faction-wide chaos corruption is less than 25%. Every region she visits in her faction gets 5 untainted. So, yeah.
Priestess of Isha.
I wonder if her starting city is going to be gimped as well because of the wood elf forest. Because she's not a wood elf, and they turned this into a magical forest, and she has limited slots here because of it. It's kind of strange considering there are 2 landmarks and a resource. So in Immortal Empires she starts pretty much the same spot. So it's gonna be like instead of having Tyrion, you start with her in a different early situation. Faction effects are, if you ask me, worse, being on Ultron. And if they still keep on the civil issues on Ultron between the high elf factions, is automatically more difficult. The car is also going to be somewhere down here, so that's going to be different as well.
Radiant.
Let's go to the skills.
The Radiant.
So she has only 2 items: Shieldstone of Isha and Star of Avalon. They both look like talismans. I don't remember these items being bought like this. 10 defense, 5% ward save, and self-relax and range 10 physical resistance. For a talisman, I guess it's okay. She already has very high defense. So you put this item on her, she has 67 plus 10, 77. She has a very high melee defense. This one is kind of bad if it's a talisman. If this is a talisman, it's pretty bad. When you compare her to like Tyrion on Teclis, she has pretty bare bone items. Got a horse on rank 7, armor horse on rank 11. This got changed in Warhammer 3. Now you acquire mounts when they're available. So on rank 7 she will get this for free. On rank 11 is gonna get it for free, and rank 6 and this for free. I think that's at least one cool thing to look forward to with at least initially with Warhammer 2 stuff, because we didn't have it before. There's a ward save here. Lower miscast base chains, more power. She gets more damage. Her damage is really poor. Great Eagle damage is a little bit better. She seems to use magical attacks on the Great Eagle. She does have access to Sword of Cain as well, being the closest to it. Melee attack plus 4 when fighting against Vampire Counts, Vampire Costs, and Tomb Kings. Oh man. Poor undead. Chaos Bane, she gets until large, and the army gets attack bonus against Warriors of Chaos, Norscan Beastmen. Wonder if this is gonna be against demons again as well. Another support for a melee-oriented army. She does have left and right. Honestly, I don't remember if you can pick both. I think you can only pick one on her, right? It's more like Tyrion with the left and the right. All provinces to public order, 5% tax rate. Pretty good. Relations with High Elves, cheaper construction local. More handmaidens, she already has access to more. With this faction, you're gonna have a handmaiden in every army, no problem. This faction also has a special thing with this thing here, which makes this building worse. Other factions have this thing here on tier 4, while this faction has this separated. So you're not gonna be building this at all with this faction. But you get Sister Aulon on tier 3, which is ridiculous. And then you get access to plenty of handmaidens for replenishment in every army. This is her stuff on the campaign. A lot of Untainted. Local armies gets 10 defense on Sister Aulon and lowers the recruitment cost on time on the Sister Aulon. So the left side is solid. Really solid. The right side, Blood and Fire, 10% upkeep reduction for all units in the army and more campaign wound range. Beacon of Hope, armies in her region gets more defense and leadership. Gifts of Isha up to 2 ranks, she gets ward save, big casualty replenishment rate, and 20 armor for the Forest Spirits. And the Forest Spirits all have plenty of armor. And the last one is 9 attack for the Forest Spirits, cooldown reduction, and more magic power reserve. So for a more melee oriented army, it looks like the right side is the way to go. For sure. Well, if you go for the shooters, I guess the left side is fine. It's at least give you options. Gives you options. Rush that economy, and sisters or the right side get the melee stuff going. She has access to 22% ward save. 27. Her magic is combination of Lore of Life, Light, and High Magic. There's access to Earth Blood, which is better than ever in Warhammer 3 because it's percentage now. Life Bloom, Shield of Thorns, Power Protection, Shield of Suffering. The fact where every time you cast a spell you trigger Life Bloom and Shield of Suffering is perfect for a melee army. This we should have given this lore more of a look with a melee focus for sure. Melee grinder with a Lariel. Yeah, just pretty straightforward. Pretty straightforward. I don't think this much gonna change here. This is items are weird. I don't even remember this this thing here. Where I remember it, she has to have one item. It starts with the Banner of Avalon and Horn of Isha. It's basically old Arcane Conduit, and this is a buff to attack and reload skill. Radiant is +6. That's how it should be for everybody. That's how it should be for everybody, not +3. So instead of Very, it has the replenishment on this side, and Very was moved here. Yeah, we're going through it just for a refresher, Apollo, and then we're gonna do the same with Mortal Empires beta. This is just a refresher here. This is basically the same as a Tyrion location, just a different lord with a little bit different flavor.
High Priestess.
Renowned and loved. Upkeep production, range, units, income. So it's basically a worse renowned and feared. I'll probably never play her in Mortal Empires on my own volition, but somebody might request her. Wouldn't mind a melee grinder with her. Ooh, we got the weird eye Anar. I don't know why. There's several people I know, including Shit Wizard. What the fuck is Shit Wizard, anyways? Is he dead? Maybe Corona got him. I find Aladenar cringe. I find Aladenar just fitting for elf. Elves should be cringe, especially when they're full of themselves. So, Nagarite, the most powerful high elf faction, and probably one of the most powerful factions in Warhammer 2 in general. Just because of the stance they get. These things get a little bit balanced over the time, but it's still super powerful. Faction effects, suitable climate wasteland, because Nagarite is in ruins, because of Sundering. This guy starts in Mortal Empires right above Shrine of Cain. I think he's gonna start in the Broken Lands, Karankar. Is it Karankar? So they moved him. He's no longer next to Marathi. He's starting here. He used to start here. So faster conflict with the more dark elves. This is interesting because this guy here is to fund dark elves, but there is chaos on the other side, Norska, and even more chaos. I wonder if the player starts here, will Belacor and Sigvald sail to attack this guy? Because the early garrisons won't be able to do shit against this. So you literally want to rush Malekith and take his capital. Maybe play nice with Gromdal. Or help unite Ultuan, ally with them, Confederate, and then do the Nagaroth. So it's all the way more spicier, but it's way more potent stuff. So what's special about this guy? So he has a unique unit called Shadow Walkers, which is kind of like an elite version of Shadow Warriors. They're kind of like a Wood Elf type unit with a Master Ambusher. They are archers with poison and fast moving, and also have 360-degree while shooting. They don't have particularly high damage, but it adds up. I don't think the developers ever intended for this unit to be used en masse. It's supposed to be like a couple of them, because, you know, they're like a small unit. What to go against this unit is 60 only. 60 only is not good. But they're both strong at range and melee. Melee weaker because only 60 guys. But you can make it work due to how this guy fights, and more about this when we see these other things. This guy has a mechanic where he gets special hero, which is sent to assassinate characters around the map to gain powerful bonuses. Eliminate characters that are marked for death grants various rewards. Invocation of Morai Hag summons unique hero hand of the Shadow Crown, the Dark Brotherhood. Global recruitment -1 turn for all units. Campaign wound range +10% for armies, all armies. Yeah, it's almost like let's give this a little bit extra, right? So the special thing about this faction, they get access to unique stance, which every army has access, not just Aladenar. Ambush success chance +25% for this Lord's army. This is kind of silly strong. If you ever played Skaven, it's pretty much the, you know what it means. And has a lower upkeep on the Shadow Walkers and the Shadow Warriors, which basically this thing here tells you to spam this unit. And because of the ambushes, it's going to work even being a smaller unit. Look at this, additional starting unit. Oh damn, Starboard Spearman! I wonder if they're gonna change additional starting units in Immortal Empires. Because who the fuck cares about tier 0 unit as additional starting unit? You guys remember those days when Azak used to start with additional starting units, Goblin Archers? And this guy used to start with a Great Eagle, but they considered it way too OP, so they gave him a Moon Dragon instead. Why did they even mention additional starting units at tier 0 unit? Like, I don't know. Why is this one of the strongest factions in the game? Because they're high elves that can ambush and attack. It's stupid, but that's the reason. That is so powerful on the high elves that it's just ridiculous. But this is not where he's gonna start. He's going to start here, which puts him in a tougher spot, more challenging campaign from the looks of it. So first thing first, he has stalking stance. Okay, guys. I don't want to get there, but we're gonna have to because we're doing this overview. Crooked Moon. They give high elves stalking stance, but not the night goblins. What the fuck were they smoking? And keep in mind, back in the day, the stalking stance did not have ambush success chance minus 15%. So basically, if you mouse over terrain, you can see ambush chance. You can see here, oh, 100%, 100%, 100%, minus 15. Damn, minus 15. 100%. Light Forest, 100%. Grassland, 80%. Okay, here's only 80% here. Only 80 here. Keep in mind, this is without the ambusher and other skills. And this faction has access to more. So, his Lord effect is ambush success chance plus 25%, which is stupid. This is just... I don't know how devs don't realize this, but this is a broken stuff. Same like the Skaven stuff. But at least they did a step in the right direction and lowered the base on the stalking by 15%. What does this do? This doesn't do shit for the player most of the time, especially not on the Legendary Lords. Some more, some less. But it makes the AI worse. It makes the AI worse because there's so many dwarves that got butthurt, and they went on the forums and they complained, and we had to rework with the ambushes. So the Skaven ambush much less. It did stop Skaven from dominating as much, and it gave you tools to avoid being ambushed, which I think was a good thing. The AI needed this more toning down than the player, but it is what it is. Stalking stance is stupid strong, and high elves having a stalking stance makes this one of the most powerful factions in the game. Cause you know what happens when this guy confederates Tyrion? Tyrion will be ambushing people on the map. He will not have extra 25%, but he will still have a good chance with everything set up. So, what is this guy about? So, he's basically extra edgier high elf, and he's hunting dark elves. He hates dark elves, and that's why he's in Nagaroth. He is basically, at the time, was one of the first ranged characters in the game that didn't suck. Orion was, I think, original. But as the time went on, Orion a little bit fell behind. But Orion is not a pure range character. Orion is a hybrid. Well, this guy is still a hybrid. I mean, he has a 67 attack and 57 defense. But considering his range performance is more of a range. So you actually get something unique here. You get a strong archer. with some other things that you know, can buff him. So you get a, instead of a lord is gonna go close, he's actually gonna be able to shoot in the harass. His bow is kind of like an artillery shot. So you get a strong archer lord. For the longest time, I thought on the ultra scale the range characters were behind, and most of them are still behind. They should be stronger because how much health is on the characters compared to melee stuff. But there's also, you know, they're attacking from the other side of the map, not really having a chance to get hit as well. And I think Aletanar is fun because of this, because you can actually build a range legendary lord. Not melee, not really tank, and not a wizard. So this guy starts with a Stone of Midnight. Oh, look at this. He, on rank 1, starts with the ridiculous item. 17% ward save, that's basically Talisman Preservation. And on top of that, he gets a large buff around him for additional 20% missile resistance for himself and allies in range. What does this mean? He has 15 base missile resistance, Stone of Midnight gives an additional 20 and 7% ward save, which means you won't be able to shoot this guy. Usually how you beat this guy is you rout him. Or if you have some serious... they didn't really want you to focus this guy with shooting. So you just let him shoot, kill his army instead. So you got a shooter here with a unique flavor and amazing stance. Stalking stance is crazy. It's one of the most powerful things in the game, no matter who has it. High Elves has it, it's a little bit out of control. And he has also Shadow Realm. I think this one is unique in a way, or this one cannot be intercepted. Somebody correct me if that's wrong. But I think this one cannot be intercepted, and that's it. This guy was a free LC if I remember right, and a pretty damn good one. I remember when this guy was released, I was in a really shitty mood and I was just bitching, but this is a pretty good faction. So what else does this guy have? So I already a unique lord and a unique faction. There's a Shadow Crown. Look at this. There is actually an enchanted item that has plus 10% ambush success chance on top of what he already has. He has 25 on his main trait, ambusher grants another 5. So yes, other stats, who cares? 10% more ambush chance on his enchanted item. Moonbow is what supports his range playstyle. Look at this. Range, ammunition, missile strengths, and magical attacks, and an ability. That's how you do it. Who did this item? I want to look him in the eye, shake his hand, good job. Work on Warhammer 3 Mortal Empires. I mean, look at this item. This is a weapon. This is how you make a bow. Then you look at that shit in Warhammer 3, most of it just crap. Copy paste the crap with the mix of campaign stats and battle stats and nothing even special. Some of them even have double magical attacks. I mean, look at this. This is you know, as a range combatant, is not perfect, and he's not super effective, but he's good enough. And the fact you can buff his this playstyle even more, it makes it more than good enough. I like the fact you can focus shots on the quality units. I mean, he will not be able to out-damage a unit of Sis or Aulorn, but he'll be able to focus on and shoot something from really far away. So the usual stuff here. He has infiltration, so harder to target him, and he's stalking. So basically, it turns himself into ultimate waste stalker. Campaign wound range, perfect vigor. He never even gets tired. Getting tired on this guy is actually bad because he loses, if I'm not mistaken, 35% reload time when he gets exhausted. And he'll get exhausted after several shots. Not getting tired, he just keeps shooting. And he can get a lot of ammo on him. I mean, already his bow grants him additional 15% ammunition. I mean, this is how you do potent range Legend Lords. They did a good job with Alitanar and Hans Marshall regarding this. They did go a little bit crazy with Hans Marshall, considering he's a human and not a high elf. But you know, I'll forgive them for that. The Alitanar was good enough. Revenant, -4 leadership local region, so he's scaring people. Mix that with the ambushes and the mega damage in short time. It might draw the enemy faster instead of an enemy trying to have a chance to retaliate. King Fighter. Ruthless grants attack, speed, and ammunition for the Shadow Walkers. He does have a unique building in his faction. Unique building that's already built at the start, probably will be in Immortal Empress as well. There's one downside about this building is...
When Loic dances, so shall I.
This unit's require 2 turns to recruit. Honestly, it's not the end of the world if you want to get early advantage and don't lose any initiative and start with these ones. It's not the end of the world. You don't have to spend initial time on this one and lose early momentum going first as the player. So if this guy gets a harder start in Immortal Empires, you might go well with Shadow Warriors and not Shadow Walkers, just to get early advantage out of the way. And once things stabilize a bit, you can make the switch. Or you can recruit this around another lord while Alitanar constantly does action.
There is only vengeance.
So there's a buff attack, speed, and ammunition for these units. They definitely need speed and ammunition. Attack helps, but like I said, this unit is not very good amount of combatants, and the health not only supported. They're basically going to get destroyed by large units. These units get annihilated by the cavalry. This is like an example where a heavy cavalry just steamrolls. Heavy cavalry will just steamrolls, and this is why, for example, you have played Vampire Counts and go into the forest. Wood Elf Forest, just bring as many heavy cavalry as you can to make sure these units just all die, instead of getting kited around and shot to death. So quite weak to large units and especially heavy cavalry. They do have 40 speed base, so again additional 6% speed helps, and more ammo helps, especially when a unit doesn't do armor piercing. The damage looks like goes to 7 AP. Not amazing, but acceptable. They kinda like... what's that Wood Elf unit called? Deeps? Is it Deep Scouts? The regular Deep Scouts, this one just better. They're not really very watchers, no. Deepwood Scouts, yeah, they're kind of like better Deepwood Scouts. Poison goes a long way, and if they get caught by some infantry, they should do fine. So there's a buff on them. These units do get pretty good range buffs. The Bowmaster, the Fairball Winds actually is really good on this unit because they need armor and missile resistance, and they have multiple technologies for it, like precise fletching and from the Shadowlands. So they do get good buffs, but they're still limited due to being 60 guys. But it doesn't really matter because the ambushes, I think. And if you have an imbalanced army, as long as you're not fighting 2 armies, you should be fine with these guys. If you're never outnumbered, the numbers don't really matter that much. 60 versus 80 is a big deal. Sworn to Vengeance. Income from second looting elements plus 30%, income from post-battle loot plus 15%. Damage against Dark Elves for the whole army plus 10%. So against the Dark Elves, they do even more damage. I mean, look at this. This is one battle skill. This is one battle skill. It literally has over 2 effects. Does need 3 for this one. Spectre, ambush success chance plus 15% on Lord's army. Like, what the hell? This is a 3rd buff for ambush. And there's a base ambush trait 5%. So he gets 25, 15%, another 10%. Who has higher ambush chance, him or Snitch? I think he might even have higher than Snitch. And there is also a Renegade. -8 diplomatic relations with High Elves, and everybody in the faction gets 12% missile strength. And if you play Avalon and you Confederate Alitanar, yes, you get this skill. And yes, you get plus 27% damage Sisters of Avalon. And yes, they will delete everything before the enemy even gets close to you. This -8 is not really a big penalty. And in Warhammer 3 it's not gonna be anything. This guy has some really good things when you confederate him, like Renegade and the Shadow King, plus 4 public quarter all provinces. So you can see how all these things add up, especially if you get multiple Legion Lords. This guy can also create an image of himself, as the ability called Mislead. It's kind of like mirror image. And if you get the Shadow King, the mirror image will also be doing some damage. Hey Clarks! I find the Alit Anar fun, a little bit different, but yeah. Stalking Stands. People get the Resin Sleeper on this, but from time to time I enjoy it, even the High Elves. It does have this thing on the top. 20 turn events, look at this. 20% upkeep for all units, all armies for 20 turns, if you get rid of this guy. So this is the way he gets money and influence. It's kind of like doing assassinations. So I'm not thinking anything on a change here. Maybe they need to tone down this ambush thing, because this is a little bit crazy. Is it me, or is he the only high elf that can raid? Other than this, his fighting skill is range. More range, more damage. He has melee abilities as well, but if you have to pick skills here, focus on range. This one is kinda ridiculous. Get this one with this one and with the bow. 85 leadership and still has a leadership skill here. Like, what the hell? This two are okay in here. Slippery, damage, defense, piercing shots, and more speed. It's a volley here. He has the same skill here as the princess, loose and darken the skies. It's actually quite a big reload time. It's huge for him as well. He can buff probably 3 to 4 units with this easily, without even putting much thought into it. So he'll be firing pretty fast. His fire time is 9.9, but he gets several buffs for this. Actually, only this one for the reload time. Anything special down here? This is Iron Disciplinarian. And it's all the same. I'm not sure everything's gonna change about Aletanar. It seems like it's gonna be a tough spot here with these starting units. I mean, the Spearmen can't really do much against Chaos. If Be'lakor or Sigval decide to visit Aletanar, it's gonna get ugly. Aletanar could sail to Ultuan and help Ultuan stabilize, and then start eliminate Dark Elves from the bottom to the top. This guy is definitely more different than Tyrion and Alariel. Tyrion and Alariel are pretty chill, while this guy is all thrown into a different type of situation, and it looks like even spicier in Mortal Empires. Let me check the map actually. When you look at the map here, it says the Forbidden Coast, so they actually spread the seas smartly here. Huh. Somebody at CA did a good job here splitting the seas. Dakar has this big massive issue where the Albion would have 20 factions around. So if you see the broken lands, the coast is separated by the Great Ocean from the Albion. So Be'lakor and Sigvald will not know about Nagarite unless you go into Deadwood. And there's no more threat here in the west. So it looks like Nagarite natural expansion will be west. And you'll see Harganet coming across the sea. It looks like the most important thing for him might be taking the capital here. Depends if this faction does something. Kind of crazy how close is Malekith to the White Dwarf. Where the Chaos Dwarves, they're supposed to be here, but they have not been announced yet. That was the same thing in Warhammer 2, little girls, Gears. But it's a little bit different in Warhammer 3. The world is massive, so somebody's going to get out of control no matter what. Hey, Bress. And this looks like might be a very interesting campaign. Definitely more interesting than Tyrion or Alariel, which are... Tyrion is probably just for the starter players or the High Elves. Alariel is a little bit different, but will require a little bit more experience for opening. Depending what kind of objectives they do. Okay. Eltarion. This is one of the coolest characters they added to Warhammer 3. It's nothing really crazy, but it's definitely one of the coolest. And beer back, and get a drink. I'm back, boys. Foil says I almost have enough shekels to end stream. Get the fuck out of here, Foil, saying these things out loud. You don't say this thing out loud, you just do it. Where were we? Everest, huh? Everest, I find it a little bit odd. The Legend Lord is cool, but you'll see what I'm talking about when we enter the game. Has access to the dungeon of Adel Tamara, so as a unique mechanic, can spread the mist of Everest, cloaking Eltarion, his allies, lanes, and defensive shroud. Minus 80 diplomatic relations with Greenskins, because otherwise you will be able to diplomacy with Greenskins. And Spear Infantry and Rangers get 3 more unit ranks when they get recruited for everybody. His own army is immune to Baron Vessel Attrition, plus 8 leadership for Spears and Rangers, 8 defense for Spears and the Rangers. So on top of 3 more experience, they even get 8 more leadership and defense. And he causes fear against Greenskins. Cool starting units. Silverin Guard, War Lions of Grace, and an Arcane Phoenix.
Oh my god. Have you seen that shit? Holy shit. What the hell?
Loved. Well, we are now under 15 days away, boys. We should be able to be finished with this Jibber Jabber just before Immortal Empress releases.
The last green.
We played the Eltarion a couple of times, and one thing I don't really like here is how the faction is split, giving you options, but I really don't see any option here. In my book, Ulton has to come first.
High Elven Archmage.
So what's special about this faction? They got this mechanic here, the prison, where you get a unique resource to provide various upgrades. I hope they have remembered for Immortal Emperors that some of the upgrades are missing, like the range upgrades. Maybe they didn't want to give you range upgrades, which was weird. And you have a dual start. You start in Everest and Southern Balance at the same time. But you don't have an economy for both starts. And Ulton seems like way more important, especially in case Dark Elves invade or somebody else being here. Eltarion seems like is going to be same start as before. You can see Eltarion here, so I'm guessing Northern Everest and Southern Balance for Eltarion. Maybe they do some changes here, but Ulton has to come first. Maybe if they change his objective a bit, I might drop Ulton and play Badlands instead. The FPS looks choppy in stream, that's because it's not in the on the game focus. We're switching between screens. So this is one of the DLC Lords. It's a really cool character.
Prince
And what's special about him except a voice actor? His Lord is kind of like, I don't know, it's a support wizard and a fighter in one. So you don't really get a powerful fighter, although his stats are pretty decent. Grim Discipline, 8 attack and 12 melee defense, so is a stronger version of this. Was this always this icon? So his Discipline 1 Martial Prowess works until 25% health, and it's basically Martial Mastery. 73 attack and 67 defense until 25% health. God damn the High Elves with their crazy stuff. His port is a little bit weird, how the head is angled. And because how his body is positioned. To get a support wizard fighter, the guy does get missile resistance, does get grim discipline, and does get Mistwalker's barrage. This is the ability that activates randomly when he's around him, and some stuff drops from the sky and does some damage. He has Apotheosis, so he's as good as wizard as the Gran Pepe, the one and only Lord Mazdamundi. And he has Soul Quench, which is a little bit better than initial versions of the game. Wonder how these things are going to be in Mortal Empires. I think Apotheosis will be better. So, Wizard slash Fighter as a Talisman of Horde. Advanced High Magic. So without this one, he doesn't have access to Evasion and this area here. Miscast base change minus 20%, Power Reserve plus 20, and Hand of Glory is too cheaper. Hand of Glory is a buff for range, so a big range buff. There's another item here, Helm of Ivres, 5 public order, 25 armor, the army gets 5 leadership, and it gains an ability that makes the unit not be able to lose any entities and unbreakable for 17 seconds. I think this build is pretty cool. Pretty cool. I wish this item had some resistance instead of armor, but it is what it is. This item is like a bit of everything. Not really a bad item. Fang Sword with Tyrion. Look at this. It's a weapon that grants him 50% speed. And he only has access to 2 fast mounts. 10 anti-infantry and enemy siege hold time -4, minimum 1 turn. Ability that gives him physical resistance, magical attacks, and AP damage. He has currently poor AP damage, but once he gets on the Stormwing, his damage becomes armor piercing mostly. This weapon is available on turn 10, but the mount is available on turn 14, on rank 14. I find it a little bit odd that this thing has only 5400 health. I kind of tried to play both sides, I think, with this setup. It's very cool, but not great, not terrible. What's special about him? You get, ooh, look at this. This is where he gets even more speed, because, you know, he needs more speed. 55 IP damage. This is an opener. It's a pretty good opener. Pretty good stats for this. I don't remember attack animation on this guy on Stormwing, but I think that they were pretty good. Break upon the walls. Look at this. All shielded units get 10 armor in the army, and you literally get endless ammunition. This is maybe the reason why they haven't given the range buffs in Atlas Tomara mechanic for his special units. Wolf Warden, armor plus 15 for all units when defending in the army. Construction cost minus 25% for wall, garrison builds all provinces, and the faster construction time. This doesn't really sound like much, but this is very nice. The fact you just click, 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 and the next turn everything is just built up. That's beautiful. This only requires 2, so you need 2 here. Enemy leadership minus 8 local region. So people get scared in the same region as Eltarion, and Mistwalker Barrage has a lower cooldown. So from 30 to 15, so it's activated more often. Unyielding March. Global community capacity plus 2, community cost minus 25% on the army, and 10% more movement for army. All these 3 in a single skill. It's like almost 3 skills in one. This is 10%. This is 15%. 10, 25, and 2. This is pretty much 3 in 1. This leads into Grim Discipline, and look at this. The whole army gets Grim Discipline over Martial Master and Martial Prowess. Especially nice on units that have Martial Prowess, because they get more attack and it will last longer as they take damage. That's also pretty cool. Shameless abilities don't apply to Auto Resolve. Expert Charge Defense also for the whole army. But there is more. Dedicated to Eladriel. So all the Mistwalker units, this is a unique set of units. available only to this faction. They all get stock. All the Mistwalker units get better vigor management, and they get missile strength and weapon strength. For in the whole, this is only in his army though, only his army. There's both a fighter line and a wizard line. I think both are fine. Stormwing does sync abilities fighting, like looks like Calfront stuff. Shield of Suffering at least should be the one to be taken here with this upgraded. Don't really need to get other stuff. I'm not a big fan of Mistwalker units not having battle skills. I think all units should have battle skills regardless of having unique skills or not. But, you know, sometimes they introduce these cool new units to the game and you realize that outside a certain lord or general they're missing stuff. It does seem to get good skill here instead of rally. Replaces rally, but he has no rally, huh? Hopefully it doesn't replace this one. So, a great thing about this lord, if you ask me, is his battle skills are kind of irrelevant. That is the great thing about this lord. So, you don't get any battle skills. Ignore that. And you get a bunch of battle skills for his character skills and the campaign skills. This is at least one cool thing about the Mistwalker units. The Mistwalker units are like the Adal Tamara Fatebearers, which is armored swordsman. All these units are pretty good, and in his armies are excellent. Special units like
Master of Magic.
Spire Guard of Thor Ivarus, which is basically better lot than Sigurd. The Skyhawks, this is kind of like some special elite unit. Sentinels of Asteriel, a very long range archer, long cooldown time. And one of the strongest units in the game, Knights of Torgaval. This unit is a little bit weird because it has a strange bug. As they load more health in the battle, and as they lose entities, their health goes off. So it has a bug that makes this unit have exceptionally ridiculous health. And this unit is has crazy stats. I think because the health bug, they're stronger than the base Royal Hippogriff Knights. But the Royal Hippogriff Knights have better buffs from the whole faction. But this is a crazy unit. And if you need just one reason to play this faction, it's the Knights of Thor OP. They're bugged, which makes them stupid, but maybe they fixed in Warhammer 3. So you get a set of very cool units, and it's very special for Eltarion, I think. If you have access to regrowth, this is a ridiculous unit. It's like this unit benefits from regrowth more so than nearly any other unit in the game, because of the health bug. And if they don't fix the health bug, this might be the strongest unit in Warhammer 3. Just because the life magic got changed. In Eltarion's army, this unit has several additional buffs. They got 80 armor and they got 25 missile resistance. If I'm not mistaken, when they have 4 entities, the bug gives them additional, I think 2000 health. I think they're just by default stronger than the Royal Hippogriff Knights because they have the bugged health. Their health goes off weirdly. If they haven't fixed it, yeah, just ridiculous. So a very cool thing about this faction is the Mistwalker units, and Eltarion doesn't need to use battle skills. The prison does have some additional buffs for some of these units. So they get additional attack, defense, so those units even get stronger. Keep in mind what you've seen there is a base stats, so no rank 9 and no additional 10 attack, 10 defense, and 20% damage from Eltarion. So this probably makes them stronger in Eltarion's army than the Royal Hippogriff Knights. Grip discipline also works on them. Well, then definitely stronger than Royal Hippogriff Knights in his army. All units get Grim Discipline. I thought this only works on units that have Master or Martial Prowess. Can somebody confirm that this unit gets Grim Discipline? I don't remember myself. It's been a while. Yeah, the prison can you can capture Legend Lords here and keep them in the prison, or you can also provide some buffs. There's been some bugs with this which didn't work, or they were stacking was broken. I think they fixed that. So this is a little bit more special lore than Nagared, but you know it's different. I'm just wondering what's gonna happen between the starts here, because it looks like this is a separate province. And in my book, Ultuan comes first. Unless this has been changed, they do not need Ultuan. I don't know. Kind of makes it silly to forfeit Ultuan to Dark Elves and do the Badlands instead.
No glory, only service.
Lords like Eltarion seems like probably one of the most exciting to try out in Mortal Empires first, because you get to see two different parts of the map. Well, you can just forfeit this area, clear everything here first, and then go back to Ultuan, right? I just find that order to not really work for me. Makes no sense to me. So this is it for the High Elves. I didn't expect this to take this long, but we are... what's that word that people use sometimes? Digress? We digress a lot here. We did talk a lot about alliances, confederations, and mentioned the Vassals of the Stars, so they take some time. But this is it for the High Elves. We're gonna go over the rest of it as well. With Lizardmen, Dark Elves, Skaven, Vampire Coast. Holy shit, there's a lot ahead. But we have 15 days. We got 15 days.
I was born for glory.
Our future depends on...
Sir, we must preserve...
Can't go bad with the High Elves. I don't think much is gonna change. Most is probably gonna stay the same. There's still Imrik. Okay, we forgot about Imrik. So, 3LC guy. Look at the starting units. Dragon Princess and a Sun Dragon. So this is probably the most special guy of the High Elves. He starts on the very far side of the map. And this one definitely can deal with Ultuan stuff, because he is in far in the east. He was the 3LC, and he has a special thing with dragons. The mountains are suitable for him. There's a great invocation of wall, additional bonus for dragon units. Invocation of Elder Zor improves and grants experience to Dragon Princes, Lords, and Heroes, and Dragons and Dragon Princes are recruited faster. His specialty is Campaign Wound Range, potentially amazing Campaign Wound Range. the current resilience immune to mountain desert attrition, and the dragons in his armies are cheaper. The High Elves have multiple ways to lower the costs of dragons. If you get like the dragon landmark, get Tyrion. With the stacking upkeep reductions here, with only 4% upkeep increase from supply lines, you can have very, very cheap dragons. And the Dragon Princess and dragons go well together in an army, so you don't have to use range at all. One time I played this guy, actually finished a long campaign with this guy once. And I used a lot of Dragon Princes.
Behold, Prince Imric.
This guy has a really spicy start location. It is so spicy that if you don't recognize what's important at the start, it might be a big struggle. I had people complain about this campaign to me the most out of any campaign in the game. They just simply couldn't accept to struggle with High Elves, and this is one of the factions that struggled the most. I immediately recognized myself to rush Clan Ashen, because I'm familiar with Skaven, you know. Dwarves my favorite faction. So these guys are kind of a little bit overtuned for Imric, so you have to really just rush him. Imric in the Immortal Empires have looks like the same starting location. It might have slightly changed the map here, but it looks like it's the same one. It no longer has Clan Ashen nearby, but has Clan Rictus. It looks like it has a little bit more breeding room here. Imric is a very strong fighter. He immediately starts on his horse, so his stats seem a little bit higher, at least his health, some of the stats than Tyrion. It's not the same as Tyrion. Well, this guy has 40 anti-large, which is kind of nutty. So anything that's large is just going to get destroyed by this guy. Same missile resistance, fire resistance as a martial master. He has 68 attack and 72 defense, all the other start. And he has a stun lance ability, which gives him flaming attacks, damage, charge speed, charge bonus, and makes the enemies weaker to fire. So is a very strong fighter. His initial setup is like a lancer, but has very impressive attack and defense. He gets the this thing from this item here, which he starts with. He has access to, from the looks of it, a Star Dragon. And I think I remember this as being a Star Dragon. Star Dragons are the most powerful dragons. And he has access to also a lot of unique stuff from his event of dragons. He gets stronger as he defeats the special dragons, and he also gets them as special units as well. One of his other items is Armor of Calador, Ward Save, Armor, and Vigor Loss Reduction, and grants him actually pretty good ability. Restores health and vigor. I can move for 20 seconds. I don't think it's as strong as the Tyrion's armor, but it's good enough. The usual high elf stuff on the top. His unique skills get influence per turn, gets noble everywhere, and more capacity for nobles. I mean, look at this. This is a nutty skill. Get 3 nobles on the first skill, 3 extra nobles. Nobles are very important campaign heroes for the high elves. They can also be used in the army as well as strong fighters and for replenishment. Walls armaments. The whole army gets magic resistance. It used to be very good. Now it's going to be spell resistance, I'm guessing, so it's going to be weaker, but still useful. Research rate plus 10% and armor plus 1 for the whole army. Armor plus 1 for the whole army, that's amazing. Dragonheart, he gets 7 armor. His army gets 35 fire resistance and 5 leadership. not really crazy, but some other factions do use fire, and this skill will trivialize those factions. Some factions that come to mind: Khorne and Zinch. Stride the battlefield. The all cavalry in his army gets 15% speed and 15 charge bonus. You can play this guy with shit ton of cavalry, easily overrun everything. The Dragon Princes are amazing, and they're cheap for him. They have a landmark in this place, probably going to be present in Mortal Empires, where you can recruit a lot of Dragon Princes early, and you have tier 5 cavalry stomping everything. You don't get access to their strong technology immediately, but you get access to the battle skill at least. Ancient Pride, vigor loss reduction for Dragon Prince and Dragons, more resistance for Dragon Prince and Dragons, and more defense for the Dragon Prince and Dragons. This one is kind of nutty as well. If the enemy will not have magic, the Dragon Princes will not be really killable. The Dragon Princes have a base 20 physical resistance, and they also have access to more, not just that skill. If the enemy have no magical attacks, these guys are going to be very hard to kill. They have 110 armor, and they do have already another 15 armor here. So these are top tier units that are available to him early in the game, and you can literally get the whole army of Dragon Princes. Don't even bother with archers or anything, they're just gonna destroy everything. The last skill gives him 10% damage and gives ability Ashen Fields. All enemies on the map get weakness to fire. And it will stack with flammable. I'm not sure this one. This is Ashen Fields. It actually stacks with flammable. And on top of that,
Mage of Ulthuan.
you can have Fire Mage with Kindle Flame. And you can also give units more also flaming attacks as well.
Strategy beyond compare.
This stacks with Kindle Flame. So quite a unique guy with a strong flavor, and it's also a lot of fun. A lot of fun as well. He's only dedicated to wall. There's a Blazing Lance. Attacks cause flammable effect, reducing resistance. Okay. So it's the whole time, and he gets 5 piercing bolts of burning. That's bound, and they really went all out on this guy. He has a 50% damage buff on top of all this damage. I remember this guy getting really absurd stats. Map White 24 attack buff on the first battle skill. Damn, this guy is so good. This guy is so good. This is how we need additional lords and factions, you know. And seeing this guy like this made me sad when they created Azak at the same time. They basically added this guy as a free C. He actually has a mechanic. Meanwhile, they just moved Azak to another place, added another voice actor for his diplomacy lines, which is off, and they didn't give him any unique mechanics.
Master of Dread.
I always remember High Elves getting Imrik and Azak getting his own faction as the event that happened at the same day, and it makes me feel kind of depressed. At the time, I guess I was depressed as well, so it's scarred into my brain. Imrik is probably gonna be one of the more exciting High Elves lords to play. You get the Ultan experience, you get experience on the other side. I just hope lords like Imrik, Teclis, heck even Alitanar, they don't really need to be involved into Ultan occupation and politics. At least those three. I think this guy will start in the same place, so it's gonna be exciting. This is a spicy part of the map. I like factions that start like this. It's gonna be like here, and Nurgle is gonna be here, and Gorse is gonna be here, Clan Rictus somewhere here, Clan Morse here, and Grisus Goldtooth here. So he has more breeding room than before. Clan Nation is now in Grand Cathay. Grand Cathay and Clan Nation will be definitely interesting. I have definitely some things to say when we get to talk about Clan Nation. Oh, this makes it for the High Elves. Now we're talking about one last look on the Mortal Empires. We basically just went over all the High Elves.
Sir, I was born for glory.
Man, look at the High Elves today for the last 5 hours, and remembering Warhammer 3 factions, skills, traits, technologies. Oh my god. It's like, who done that? Who did that? It's like not the same people that done that shit. The next to Lizardman, I have definitely something to say about Lizardman, but boys, we'll leave Lizardman for tomorrow. That's gonna be it for tonight. Jibber continues tomorrow. Thank you for watching. Good night.